Hello everybody, and welcome back to Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. Also, thank you again, Ars, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Didn't expect it, but it was great. It's great to, it's great to have you over, for you to bring your folks around to watch what might be the end of this game. Who knows? I don't actually know. For those of you who don't know, Paranormasight is kind of like a visual novel. Fairly short, and by fairly short I mean 10 plus hours so far, where we get to learn about Japanese folklore and mermaids, and about how eating the flesh of the mermaid can give you eternal life. Maybe. We're getting near to the end, so buckle up for spoilers. We, I guess, ended the titular mermaid's curse, possibly. We tried to anyway. We followed the steps. And, but then we found a dead body. That is unrelated to the mermaid curse, as far as we know. And, yeah, that's about where we're at. So I guess it's time to get started. See where we're going with here. Also, this music is very dramatic. Alright, so, our timeline. We've got two choices. Ooh. We have two choices? Why do we have two choices? We can listen to this phone call, or we can figure out what's going on here. Despite being tasked by Yumiko to search for Ikoma Avi, who has fulfilled the goal of his trip, and Cersei, feeling better with the curse of raging waves cleared, choose not to return. Okay, so they decide to start doing things. Alright, so it seems like we've still got a lot to discover. Which should we do first? There's a lot of reading in this game, a lot of reading logs, for stuff that is only tangentially related. But yeah, alright. I guess we just jump in. Alright. Yeah, the curse of the raging waves has been lifted. It seems Kamishima no longer has any curses left to fear. Yumiko receives a phone call that changes everything. We heard about the phone call. I think that's what we're gonna do. Is this where? No, this is where we finished the curse. Alright. Let's listen to this phone call. Let's see how it's going. Hello? This is Shiki speaking. Miss Shiki, it's me, Ide from the Mie Police Department. Oh, Detective Ide. What is it? Welcome in, the docent. Hope you're having a good one. Right after we got your call, we went to look at Yamashina and that Ikomo guy you mentioned was working for him. Oh, that's right. How did it go? Oh, well, that's for sure. We found the old man murdered in his own home. Oh my gosh. Unkaku Dono was murdered? Oh no. What? Alright, let's ask about Yamashina. What on earth happened to Yamashina? Well, we tried getting in touch with his secretary first, but he wasn't responding to any attempts to contact him. So we went to his house together, but ended up having to use a spare key to get in as there wasn't anyone else around. After looking around a bit, we found what looked like a cell in one of the outlying buildings that had been shut up tight. A cell? A perfect cell? Yep, we found Yamashita there, collapsed in a pool of blood. And we called an ambulance right away. Ambulance right away. We could tell at a glance it was already too late. That bad, was it? Worse than bad, just remembering it sends a shiver down my spine. He had this massive wound, like a sharp blade. It sliced right through his torso, bone and all. Hey Spots, how's it going? We just started. We found out that Yamashina is dead too, also cut in half. Or, you know, chopped up. What? The what? She's in what mode now? First thing that came to mind was the skeletons in the Toba case. Pretty reminiscent, don't you think? Very. But it couldn't be. Do we have an estimated time of death yet? We're still investigating, but the blood wasn't even dry. I put it within the past few hours. The curse stone housing the curse of Tomoshige has been in my possession the entire time. There's no way anyone could have used it. My thoughts exactly. More about Yamashina? Yamashina's quite the big shot in politics and business around these parts. They call him Unkaku Dono, don't you know? There's worrying news of his death might cause a stir, so the higher-ups will probably want us to keep mum about it for now. Because they prefer to be shaken, not stirred. I see. That might be for the best, yes. Aren't there a load of rumors about some succession crisis going on with him? There were indeed, though according to the man himself, he'd already chosen his successor, and handed his will to his lawyer to boot. Well, really? That should make things go more smoothly, at least. Wait, you don't think there's a possibility that might have served as motive? You mean the culprit might have been mad they weren't chosen as his successor? No, he probably chose Ikoma or whatever his name is. I could see that if he hadn't left a will, but you said he had, right? True. Perhaps they don't know about it. Either way, there are more people out there who want Yamashina dead than you can shake a stick at. Finding our culprit based on motive will probably prove tricky. SSX tricky. I see. I've never played that one. Still, I can't imagine you'd be able to swing around a katana in that tiny little room. This wouldn't be the work of some supernatural phenomenon again, would it? I'm afraid that's looking quite likely. Jeez, you sure can do some terrifying things with these curses. How are we even meant to investigate this stuff? Our usual methods don't mean a thing if you can just curse someone to death like that. Oh, got the check. Oh yeah, we looked into it and were able to confirm Yamashita had a man called Kippe Ikuma working for him. From what I hear, the guy's also wanted for solicitation of murder. He is, although we only have testimony to go on right now, so I can't say anything for certain. Still, him having the exact same name as the victim in the Toba skeleton case is pretty damn confusing. It seems Ikuma gave a cursed stone, a dangerous tool that lets you curse others to death, to a local woman with the intent of causing a massacre. Geez, scary to think there are tools like that around. Oi, what happened to that woman then? She's been apprehended, but it seems she won't be able to talk for a while. Could we ask you to handle taking her in as well? If only DNA existed in 8X? True, right? Too bad DNA was only invented in the 90s. Oh boy, got it. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Detective. I'll let you know the details later. Oh yeah, about Ikuma. Someone apparently spotted his company car stopped outside Yamashina's place today. So I had a warrant put out for him as a person of interest. Impressively quick timing. Well done, Detective. By the way, there's a high chance that Yamashina was killed by a curse contained in one of those cursed stones I just mentioned. And I figured that might be the case. If Ikuma did indeed stop by the Yamashina's house today, he's looking increasingly suspect. Yeah, it looks like we should prioritize tracking him down. But it sounds like the guy was a favorite of Yamashina's. If anything, well, he is the culprit, and what could have driven him to kill the man he owed so much to? I can only assume they had some sort of falling out, perhaps over the matter of succession or the like. I just assumed that Ikuma was the successor Yamashina mentioned, but it seems that wasn't the case. Either way, I think we can definitely say he's up to something, especially if the solicitation of murder stuff is true. I'll step up the pace of the search for him. You two take care too, alright? I'll get in touch if there's anything else to share. Please do. From the sounds of things, we should make dealing with this Ikuma our first priority. I wonder how Sissy and Avi have fared in their search. I imagine they made it back to the mainland by now. We've yet to hear anything from them. Ikuma might still have access to his curse too. The situation is more dangerous than I thought. There you go. We should probably get back to the mainland as soon as possible. About that, it seems that the last ferry off the island has already left for today. Oh, darn it. That means we're stuck here as well. We'll have to stay on Kamishima for tonight, yes. I'll arrange somewhere to stay. Alright, you head out now. Good luck and good night. Alright, thank you for dropping by, and thank you again for the raid. Hope you have a good one. Get some good rest. I know it's late for you, right? Nothing to do about it, I suppose. Thank you, Soto. It won't be long now before the sun sets. And yet, I can't help but feel there's another storm brewing on the horizon. A storm in a teacup. Alright, what next? I guess we only got one option. Time to see what Avi and Circe are up to. Oh dear. You were doing so much better after the curse got lifted. I didn't notice the time. We got so carried away with sightseeing, it's already pitch black out here. You're right. Time so flies. The last ferry already left, so I guess we'll have to find a place to stay for the night. I've lost your voice. Hold on. I got too distracted by Yumiko's voice. The last ferry already left. There you go. So I guess we'll have to find a place to stay for the night. Shouldn't we be heading back to the mainland to go after Ikuma? Well, there's only so much we can do now. It's not as though we're being paid for it, so let's not lose sleep over it. I see, very pragmatic of you. The blurry clock returns. Also, there's a light that's on. Shadowy figure. Alright, let's see if there's any birds.
Although it's not that late yet, it gets dark quickly after the sun sets, and the streets empty out just as fast. Illuminated only by the dim glow of a few streetlights and the stars, the island feels calm. Earlier, Circe diligently guided us while sightseeing around Kamishima. Most importantly, she seemed to be enjoying herself. It must be a relief to not have to deal with the cursed aura hanging over the island anymore. We seriously lost track of time, though.
We need to find a place to stay.
Did you spot any inns or hotels around the island?
I think I saw a few. It'd be nice to find one before dinner. Maybe we can get a recommendation from one of the locals.
It must be difficult. After all, we didn't really manage to get acquainted with anyone on this island.
Sleep on the beach? Become a beach bum? And hopefully that'll teach you a lesson about how you approach people.
Right. That may have been on me.
We need to find a place to stay. Let's just ignore him.
After everything we went through to get that tamatabaka, we ended up just handing it to that girl without a second thought. I have a feeling this journey has come to an end. No need to stress ourselves any further. It really has grown quite dark anyway. We should find a place to sleep.
He's not gonna comment on the shadowy figure?
Whoa, there's someone there!
Huh? Well, well. I thought I recognized that voice. So it was you, Mr. Barnum.
Mr. Rikuba! We need to keep our guard up around Ikuma. If he tries anything, I'm counting on you, Circe.
I'll leave the talking to you.
I want you the one put in charge of the search.
I'm counting on you. You got the info we need.
Okay, leave it to me. How did Ikuma get to Kamishima Island? Wasn't he afraid of the ocean? I get the shivers just looking at this guy. What a creep!
I'll leave the cursing to you. Fuck! Shit!
Not that kind of cursing! So, when did you get to Kamishima?
Did I surprise you? I arrived on a chartered boat just before sunset.
No, wait just a moment. Did you say you had a fear of the sea and that boats were a no-go? You gotta keep your character traits straight, else the proofreaders will tell you apart, you know.
Well, as it happens, my condition was miraculously cured earlier today, so I was able to come here after all.
Miraculously cured, is it? Oh, come on. If you're going to just throw in convenient plot devices like that, it's a total disservice to the art. Whatever, I have more important things to ask you. A whole lot of things, as a matter of fact.
Sure. What is it? Talk about Azusa Somakawa.
So about Azusa Somakawa, the descendant of Taishima.
I don't remember telling you her name.
That is no obstacle to a man of my caliber. We figured it out in no time.
Did you now? Very impressive. I suppose I had to apologize on her behalf. She is rather difficult to deal with, is she not? So, did you manage to get a hold of the Tamatibako then?
Come again.
From what I understand, she was last seen going out to sea on a boat with a foreigner. She has evidently been missing ever since. Forgive me, it seems that my hesitation to introduce you to her has caused you some inconvenience.
No, really, don't worry about it.
So you were after the Tamatibako too, Mr. Ikuma? How come you're so calm? How come you're so calm? Calm? When you already know what happened?
Believe me, there are times when I wasn't, but At this point, things like that no longer matter to me.
Wait, I forgot his voice.
Believe me, there were times when I wasn't, but at this point, things like that no longer matter to me. Things like what?
The tobacco. In fact, it seems as though I no longer have any use for it. I admit there's been some tension between us, but what do you say? Why don't we put that behind us? Whatever became of Miss Somikawa is no longer of any concern to me. In hindsight, I suppose I should have introduced you much sooner.
Nah, you might be misunderstanding.
Kikuko Tsutui. Who was she again? Tsutui. Oh, the lady who was gonna kill everyone.
So let me get this straight to the point. You know a woman named Kikuko Tsutui, don't you?
You just came right out and said it.
Kikuko Tsutui.
I asked the young woman from Kamishima that used to work in my company. Was that her name?
You used that girl as a pawn in one of your schemes, didn't you? We nearly died because of her, you know.
Beg your pardon? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. I most certainly did not put her up to anything so heinous.
Oh, so you're saying you did not give her a cursed stone, then? To help her get recognized by Yamashina?
Welcome in, Mario. How's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for being first. Open that daily door and becoming stream ruler once more for now.
Paper Mario 141 was first.
To help her get recognized by Yamashina, since she was his illegitimate child or something like that.
Hearthstone? Unkaku Dono's illegitimate child? What on earth are you talking about?
You really have no idea? Don't try to pull a quick one.
Who filled your head with such nonsense? What do you mean for now? Well, there are people in chat who have a vested interest in making sure that you don't get to be ruler so many times in a row, you know?
As a matter of fact, we heard it straight from Kikuko Tsutui herself.
She told you all that. Where is she now? I'd imagine know what compelled her to come up with such a ridiculous story. We've got her confined at her home, but I'm afraid she won't be able to talk for a while. I see. Anyway, whatever she told you, that girl is delusional. What a troublesome fantasy she crafted. Too bad it wasn't anything like Final Fantasy. Then at least I'd be able to enjoy it.
Indeed. So who did she get that cursed stone from, then?
I'm afraid I know no more than you do.
Then what about the business card you gave me? It was the target of the curse. Care to explain?
Excuse me, I'm afraid I don't quite follow. The symbol on your business card turned out to be the marker for the curse. Dear me, this is the first time I've ever heard such a thing.
Oh, so you don't know?
Of course not. That emblem is a treasured symbol that Unkaku Dono bestowed upon me when my company was founded.
Unkaku Dono? You mean Yamashina? So then you really had no idea.
You said it was used as a curse marker? That's a serious accusation. You're implying that Unkaku Dono was behind such a scheme? That's outrageous.
Oh, but you have to admit it's not hard to come to that conclusion.
These groundless accusations are deeply insulting and absolutely infuriating. I will not tolerate such insolence from anyone. I honestly expected more from you.
Alright, calm down. Sorry, we'll look into it some more, okay?
Very well. It's the least you could do. The sheer audacity! Insulting a man's business card and benefactor. How utterly disgraceful. I insist that you take it all back.
I'm truly deeply sorry, just overwhelmingly apologetic from the bottom of my sorry heart. Why did you ask us to come to Kamishima to search for the still-type mirror?
Well, it's simple enough. If something like the curse of the raging waves truly existed in these waters, surely it would be best to see it lifted, no? And it seems that it has in fact been dispelled. You did not disappoint, Mr. Barnum. Do you think Abby is supposed to be related to Barnum and Bailey? Let me look that up. Barnum and Bailey. T.T. Barnum, that's his name. There we go. Avi P.T. Barnum. Let's see. Phineas Taylor Barnum. In the 1800s. They didn't mention that his grandmother was connected to Britain, though. But Barnum was American. Who knows? P.D. Barnum. P.D. Piranha Barnum.
Oh, well, it's not like we actually did anything to lift it, though.
Is that so?
We did learn that the bronze mirror once belonged to Princess Hatsune Miku, who was sacrificed to appease the curse, however. Now that the curse of the raging waves has been lifted, there should be no more need for the bronze mirror, right? Also, since I handed over the curse stone...
35 days of being stuck in the wall. I found the wall behind VL's fridge. Food is secured, but I need water. The pink cotton candy in the wall is spicy and itchy. Oh, you found my cotton candy stash. My spicy cotton candy stash.
Also, since I handed over the cursed stone, I'd say I deserve at least some credit, and that's me being humble.
For some reason, the watch streak messages don't show up in StreamerBot. Unusual. Alright. Mr. Ikoma, how did you know the curse of the raging waves had been lifted? Well, to be honest, it's hard to put it into words. But it seems as though I've got a little bit of spirit sense myself. I suppose the curse must have been what caused that ominous aura that surrounded the island before now.
I see. I suppose someone with a bit of spirit sense would be able to tell whether the curse was still around with ease.
She's just making so many sus reaction faces. In any case, since the curse has been dispelled, the matter of the bronze mirror is also settled. You have my thanks.
I suppose you're right. You're welcome.
Reason for coming.
So, why did you come all the way out here to Kamishima?
Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. More than anything else, I would like to take care of my business right away. And what might that be? I actually wanted to talk to you about it. I believe there's a woman by the name of Sato living on this island. You wouldn't happen to know her whereabouts, would you?
Sato? Alright, I think I met a woman with that name earlier today, but I have no idea where she might be now.
I see, so you're not familiar with her.
This is bad news. I bet he's after the tamatebako that I gave her. No, it can't be. There's no way he'd know about that. Maybe he knows she's immortal? But if he's simply after immortality, why bother with that and not just go straight for the tamatebako?
Very well, thank you so much. My apologies for keeping you. As I need to continue my search, I'll take my leave now. Yeah, good luck with that.
You sure about letting him go? Wouldn't it be better to restrain him?
Well, there wasn't enough evidence to do so.
Do you think he's actually innocent and Yamashina was the one pulling the strings the whole time?
I don't think we know enough to judge. Well, it's not like he can get off the island that easily. So maybe we should just report that we saw him.
Good point. He mentioned a chartered boat. Maybe he could mark it to keep an eye on it. Turns out staying another night on Kamishima was the right call after all. I've got to hand it to myself. I'm just a genius. I'm so smart.
Anyway, let's go and report to Mr. Shiki and call it a day. Mrs. Shiki, rather. Alright, now we're here. We're very linear right now. We've got more stars. I see. So we can be certain that Kippe Ikoma is on Kamishima right now. Yep, no doubt about it. From what I gathered from the islanders just now. There are signs that someone landed a boat in the Gulf on the other side of the island. That must have been Ikuma. He's come like a moth to the flame. Man, that sounds a bit diabolical. I think the fatigue is starting to get to you. I like her. She's so good. I've worked with Soto a long time now, but I don't think I've ever seen him sleep unguarded in front of others. He's used to sleeping outside, too. I wonder what his day-to-day life is normally like. When did you find the time to go around getting information from the islanders, Soto? Yes, I took advantage of our rest break earlier to make a few inquiries. I love when he's smug. It's the most, like, it's so, like, it's for just, like, the little things. He's being, like, smug that he thought ahead. It's cute. I appreciate the hard work, but shouldn't you have taken the time to rest? Stopping to take a breather every now and then is important, too. I'm afraid that's a little bit difficult in this line of work. A single moment of complacency could prove fatal. Sometimes I really do wonder if we live in the same world. Since when was society so violent? The darkened townscape stretches out before us, silent and still, and silent and hill. I had thought lifting the curse of the raging waves would see it return to the peaceful fishing town it was previously. But it seems the shadow looming over Kamishima won't be dispelled until we deal with whatever's lurking out there in the darkness. But what about the stars? Look there. Look at all these shapes. I can't look up high enough. Despite the strength of her abilities, Circe's still a child. I was worried about keeping her up so late, but apparently exorcists do most of their work at night, so she actually starts feeling more energetic around this time. She's a night owl! Is it just me, or is this industry something of a bad influence? Avi has ended up being quite the key figure in all this, although I doubt that was his intention at all. Those driven by their dreams rather than profit do have a tendency to drag in everyone else with them in their wake, for better or for worse. I suppose that's a bit rich coming from me, though. I was sure you and Avi would have returned to the mainland by now. I had no idea you were still in Kamishima. Well, we were having so much fun sightseeing. Time just got away from us. You were sightseeing the whole time. I suppose it worked out for the best, so I can't complain. Is there anything else? Vision ability. Oh, look, it's night vision. We have night vision now. That must be, convenient, having night vision. Turns on a weird soundtrack, though. Do you think she hears that, too? Do you think she hears the normal soundtrack? You have night visions all day long? Still, from what you said about him, your description of Ikuma is quite different from what we've heard of the man on our end.
We could hardly believe our ears either. To think Yamashina had already been killed by a curse, and the police are searching for Ikuma as a suspect in his murder. Talk about a bombshell.
Yeah, it was a real surprise. And you say that Ikuma seemed to have no idea about either the cursed stones or what Kikuko Tsutsui was planning.
That's right. So all the accusations against him were absurd, all the while looking innocent as a lamb. A very tasty lamb. Sorry, I'm a little bit hungry. We were sightseeing so much that we forgot to eat.
It's entirely possible he's just feigning innocence. I wouldn't believe him so easily myself. We have no proof of his crimes, after all. All he has to do is pretend he knows nothing, and our hands are tied, just like Kikuko Tsui's.
Still, there's a warrant out for his arrest now, no? Can't you throw the book at him here and be done with it? I've got a few heavy books that are in my backpack right now.
It would be dangerous to do anything rash. At least, I'd like to at least get a better idea of his intentions before making a move. Teriyaki lamb sounds good right now. I've never had it. Still, with Soto and Circe here, I don't think we should have anything to fear from paranormal phenomena. If worst comes to worst, surely you two could restrain him by force. Well, we probably could deal with most things. But in the event we couldn't, the situation would likely end up being completely hopeless. Right. I don't want to imagine what sort of situation that would be. By the way, is it true that Mr. Ikuma can use curses without a curse stone? Based on what we've heard of the scene of Mr. Yamashina's murder, I think we have to conclude that he can. So it is possible. What does your assistant over there think? Oh, good idea. Let's see what Soto has to say. What does Soto have to say? Did you see where Ikuma headed after you parted ways with him?
Sorry, I don't really remember. But if he chartered a boat to get here and stopped it in the Gulf, wouldn't we be able to nab him eventually if he hung around here?
Unfortunately, I don't think it would be so simple. If he stopped it somewhere out of the way, we would struggle to find it in this darkness.
That's true.
Well, if we really get stuck, I should be able to find out where he is using dowsing. Just let me know and I'll give it a shot.
I thought your target had to have some sort of spiritual energy for you to find it.
That's right. But he said himself he had some spirit sense, and he has a pretty unique aura too. I think it could work. That would be a huge help. We'll keep that in mind.
You know, I still find it hard to believe that a young man would be capable of such a foul crime.
Oh, Avi. You're so gullible.
Atlas, the lot of you! You won't even consider the possibility this is one big misunderstanding?
Yeah. Alright, Soto, what do you gotta say? Soto, how likely is it that Ikuma could use that curse without a spirit stun? Yes, about that. Hey, this is one of the curses from the first game. There have indeed been cases of powerful psychics using the spirits of the dead to cast curses on others. However, doing so requires a great deal of skill. Only a handful of people would be capable of such a feat. And even fewer would be able to do so with a curse capable of killing people in a single blow, let alone over a distance.
The man did say he had a bit of a spirit sense. I suppose that would be enough, though.
Not at all. My thoughts exactly. I see. Though if I were to speculate...
Oh, so there is something.
The spirits of the people he's murdered? Curses are not always born from the spirits of the dead, you see. If a number of people were to harbor a strong grudge for decades, even centuries, that grudge itself could become a curse.
I see, I see. The supernatural equivalent of strength in numbers, eh?
You could say that. Still, it would take a large number of people holding a grudge over an extremely long period of time to activate.
I suppose it is a bit unlikely Ikuma would have access to a curse like that.
Circe, start talking, girl! So the work you wanted us to handle is all done now, right? Yes, it is. Thank you for your cooperation. I'd appreciate if you could help us out a bit more, so I won't be letting you go just yet. Aww. This would be why curse stones are so dangerous. Access to one allows even amateurs to use highly potent curses. You heard all that just now, I hope.
Yes, I'm sorry already.
Still, something doesn't quite sit right with me about all this. Ikuma must have known how it would have been harder to escape pursuit here. What could have brought him here despite the risk?
No, I can shine some light on that, actually. I believe he was looking for a girl called Sato, who seemed awfully keen on finding her too.
Sato? You don't mean Sato Shiranami?
Oh, you know her then?
We do. A girl with quite unusual circumstances, to be sure. That be what Ikuma's looking for her? What is he planning?
Ugh.
So chances are high Ikuma's still looking for Sato then. If so, it would be in our best interest to find her first. If nothing else, it would put us in a good position to bargain with him. Agreed. We should try to. Something wrong? You said that Ikuma arrived on this island before sundown, yes?
We did indeed.
If he's really that keen on finding her, surely it wouldn't take him that long to do so. Finding a single girl on a small island like this shouldn't be difficult. All we'd have to do is ask around, no?
You have a point. I doubt he's been wandering in circles all this time.
Maybe he wasn't looking for her all that seriously after all. Or he had some other business he wanted to take care of first.
You there, I finally found you!
Oh? Shotaro, what are you doing here? And who do we have here? If I'm not mistaken, that would be Mr. Wakamura's son, Shotaro.
You're for the police, right? You gotta help me, my old man, he's...
Mr. Wakamura, has something happened to him? What? Mr. Wakamura was found cut down in his own home?
You're not sane. Clinic's doctor is taking a look now, but I saw the wound. There's no way he could have lived that. Tried to talk to the police, or call the police, but Yuzo Mitakuchi told me to come get you instead.
I see. Thank you for letting us know. We'll be there right away.
Ma'am, given the timing, can we assume this is Ikuma's handiwork?
Chances are high, yes. If you don't mind me asking, mister... Oh, wait. If you don't mind me asking, mister... Did a man named Ikuma drop by your house at all?
What? Ikuma? You're saying he is the one who killed my old man?
Calm down. You know him then? He's in his 20s and is wearing a suit, though he looks really old for his age.
Yes, that's him. I met him earlier today.
You met him? When?
Today, just before sunset, a man I'd never seen before came up to me. He said he was head of an event company and had come here to gather information or something. Pretty sure the name on the business card was Ikuma.
What, he gave you his business card?
Yeah, what about it?
And he said he was here to gather information. What happened to looking for Sato Shiranami?
Wait, Sato? You're saying Sato has something to do with that guy?
Alright everyone, we're going to head to the Wakamura house with Shotaro here. Sojo, I leave searching for Sato Shiranami to you, Sir Navi. Find her before Ikuma does and take her into your custody. I'm counting on you. Understood. Wait, we have to help out too?
Please do. The more people we have on hand, the better.
Now, Shotaro, lead the way. And also throw away the business card. Don't forget about that.
Right. Wait, over there! That's him, Ikuma!
What? This aura! I knew it!
Ma'am, is he?
There's no doubt about it. He's an 800-year-old immortal. He noticed us. He's running away!
Ma'am, should I give chase?
Please do. Follow him and find out where he's headed.
On it!
Don't be reckless, keep your guard up, and be careful. Looks like we have a change of plan. Cersei, Avi, you're coming with me. Let's go. Shotoro's lucky he's not dead, I guess. Oh, Sato! Sato continued? Continuation of Sato? Real name. She comes face to face with someone. But who? Who might you be?
Uh-oh. Sure was a hassle to get out here. Looks like I made it just in time.
Huh?
You're an easy one to find, you know. But alas, we finally get to meet again, my dear Osato.
Can you please answer my question? Who are you?
Are you being serious? This isn't one of your usual silly acts? Come on now, really? You forget me after what, just 400 years? That stings, you know.
100 years? Okay, so I know this guy claims to be Kipe Iguma, who's apparently another 800-year immortal, but that's not the real issue. I need to know who he really is, not who he claims to be. I don't think he's about to just come out and tell me. Looks like he enjoys being cryptic. I didn't expect him to just say he knew me 400 years ago. That's a huge clue. Who exactly was he 400 years ago? If I push a little, maybe I can draw it out? Did it really come across as that spaced out even back then? She was just a ditz 400 years ago too, apparently. She's the best. She's great. So, you're saying that you know me from 400 years ago?
Well, we never met directly then. I can hardly believe it.
He's getting closer!
Who'd have thought my dear Osato was Princess Hatsune Miku all along?
How did you know I used to be called Hatsune?
Back then, 400 years ago, I never realized it was you, so sorry about that.
He knew about me? Ikoma. Yeah. Can you hear that, by the way? When I drink the water? I can see it on my microphone, but I don't know if you can hear it on stream. And the story goes that Princess Hatsune was offered up, was offered up to hold down the curse of the raging waves, sleeping for ages down there, huh? Who knew immortality could be put to such a creative use? Truly selfless, admirable stuff. Brings a tear to my eye. Not really? There wasn't any other choice and I wasn't actually asleep, so it was pretty awful. Also, could you please answer my question instead of going off on your own tangent?
Well, turns out the resentment I bore was heavier than the curse you were holding back.
I just told you to stop. Wait a second, the resentment you bore?
Thanks to that, ever since then, anytime I got near Taishima's waters, a raging storm would well up. Every time. Tried countless times over these 400 years, but each and every time my ship went under. I've had my fair share of trouble too, you know.
But then, that would make you the Raging Waves Curse Bearer.
Huh? Alright, I guess I ended up becoming quite the legend here on Kamishima, didn't I?
There's only one person you could really be then.
That sounds like you finally remembered me. Although centuries have passed, would you be so kind as to address me once again?
Alright, so let's find out who he is supposed to be, I guess. So, Taira no Tadamori. Sumitaka, I guess? I don't think it's Sumitaka. We heard a story about... a puppet lord. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage. Hati refused. He said they'd never actually met directly. So this is the story of how Sato became immortal. Alright, so Sadamune, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. I think it's Sadamune.
Come, call me by my real name once more. Huh? Sadamune? That's right! Komatsu Sadamune, vassal of the Cookie Clan, and commander of the raid on Taishima.
I knew it! So the Raging Waves curse bearer wasn't a descendant. It was you, the commander himself. Which means this is all your fault. You caused all of this to happen. Everything that happened to Taishima and the mermaids.
Yeah, enough of that.
Enough? Are you serious?
We're in the Showa era now. Digging up ancient history won't change a thing. Besides, my whole army was sunk along with Taishima at a pretty rough time, too, you know. Luckily for me, I was immortal. Otherwise, I'd have definitely died alongside them.
How can you seriously stand there and play the victim with a straight face? Say 800 here, jackass.
My side's the sadder tale. Botched the mission, lost all my men, and I couldn't even go back to the army. I worked so hard to join the Kuki clan, and then everything was back to square one. Years on the road with no real purpose. Hundreds of years since then, through the Edo period to now, constantly changing names and identities. It was all so tough. Most people would hear my tale and show some compassion, you know.
Well, I could not care less. Honestly, I don't.
Alright, you were just sleeping through it all, so you wouldn't understand the pain I had to go through.
Oh, shut it. I was conscious the whole time, and my memories are scrambled because of it.
She's so funny. I see your fearless attitude hasn't changed a bit. I love it.
Then I see you still never listen to anyone. Hold on, what am I talking about? Am I starting to remember something? Do I know this man from my past? I don't remember a thing about him. I can't imagine ever getting along with him either. Still, there's one thing I have to ask him. Berks? Any Berks? Is he really Komatsu Sadamune? The one who led the attack on Taishima 800 years ago? I don't think we've ever met in person, but I never imagined he'd also be an 800-year immortal. So he used what he learned from the mermaids to worm his way into the Cookie Clan and build a name for himself. I mean, I know better than most that he'd have had a rough time trying to fit in as just another member of society. But if that means putting himself above everyone else, that's where I draw the line. So why is he being so arrogant with me? Why is he being so arrogant with you? Before anything else, there's something I need to ask.
Go on.
I was wondering, did you come to the southern coast of Kamishima about 5 years ago?
Yes, well deduced. You mean the day they called the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster, right? I was keeping an eye on Mitakuchi, or should I say, the Somekawa line. Figured if I timed it right, I might snatch some mermaid flesh when they returned to Ryugu.
What? So you were out at sea then? You caused the raging waves?
Yeah, I pulled some strings with the local fishermen and headed out. The moment we hit that area, that massive storm formed. It wasn't just my ship either, a bunch of others got caught up too. What a day. Mara Minakuchi went missing, I didn't find my mermaid. It was all a total disaster.
No way. You're the reason that disaster happened 5 years ago? Do you even realize what the people of Kamishima went through because of that disaster?
I mean, he clearly doesn't care. Ah, come on. I needed mermaid flesh to get in good with Inkakudono. What else was I supposed to do? You know how it is. Can't live a normal life without a family register these days. Every few decades, once the old one gets tricky to use, I always need to find a new one. Around that time, I just started with a new identity of a young man named Kipe Ikuma. I was just trying to get results fast, got a little impatient. Can't really blame me, can you?
How can someone be so selfish and heartless? I can't even begin to describe how furious I am right now. Yet trying to reason with him, he's beyond forgiveness.
Oh, there is he! Come now, my Jiro Sato, just relax. You won't get far trying to apprehend me anyway. Might be better if you just hear me out.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means our little chat hasn't arrived at our main talking point just yet. See, today is the day the curse of the raging waves has been lifted at last. That's the only reason I could come here in person. And trust me, I've got a very specific reason for coming here and talking with you.
Get a little snapshot of this face. Damn it! I can't recall who he is, but just being near him annoys me somehow. It's not just his attitude. It feels deeper than that. There's some kind of buried connection. Was he also secretly... this guy? Not this one. Tomoshige. Tomoshige? Taira no Tomoshige? Somehow? But Tomoshige died. That's at least as far as Sato knows. Right, you've been looking for me, haven't you? What exactly do you want? Don't tell me you also plan to hand me over to that Inkakudono person?
Well, yeah, that was the plan at first. You know how it goes, nothing wins a person of power's favor like the promise of immortality. So when I actually achieved it, all the better. You would be literal living proof and an offering all in one.
You've used yourself as proof?
What? Don't be stupid, that'd blow my cover. Think it through a bit, will ya?
Right, of course.
Besides, I have my own goals. I needed mermaid flesh to achieve them. Trying to find mermaids would be so much easier with someone in power backing me.
Yeah, well, I couldn't care less about your goals.
Fair enough! To be honest, I don't care about that goal anymore either. Ukakudono's gone now, and besides... I found you.
Huh?
That's the real reason I came here. My true goal. The whole damn point of this all.
Me?
Indeed. I'm not just looking for any 800-year immortal. I want you, Sato Shiranami. You.
Whoa. What are you even saying? We never even met, did we? There's no connection between Komatsu Sadamune and me.
Oh, you're still not getting it. That's odd. I figured you'd be the one desperate to see me. You really don't remember?
Remember what?
That Komatsu Sadamune crap was all just a name I borrowed 400 years ago. It wasn't my real one. Never was. You and I go way back. Way further back than that, Sato. Our bond is so much deeper.
What are you talking about? Further than that?
After all, you held onto the bronze mirror I gave, you know? Kept it close all this time.
Wait, the mirror?
Go on, say it. You remember, don't you?
That's it. I know who he really is. Taira no Tomoshige!
At last! Glad you finally remembered. Correct. Welcome back, Osato of Kusawa.
Wait, Kusawa? That's right.
What got updated?
After that, there was none who saw Tomoshige again, and he faded from memory without ever leaving his mark on the pages of history. At around the same time, Kusawa village found itself in an uproar following the return of Sato, who had been employed in the service of the Heike. However, after it was discovered that she had somehow become immortal, she was shunned by the other villagers, who found her newfound states unsettling, and she soon left the village for parts unknown. A fragmented version of these events would go on to be passed down orally, eventually becoming one of the Yao Bikuni legends till today. Alright. The truth of Komatsu Sadamune. Komatsu Sadamune, the vassal who had goaded Kuki Yoshitaka into invading Taishima, was in fact Taira no Towashige, who had eaten mermaid flesh and gained unnatural longevity. Unable to let go of his dream of reviving the Taira clan even after 400 years, he caught wind of rumors of mermaids being worshipped on Taishima and infiltrated the Kuki navy under the name Komatsu Sadamune, plotting to uncover the sacred land. However, his rash and impulsive destruction of the sacred land ended up triggering the curse of the raging waves, and his plan ultimately ended in failure. Although caught up in the sinking of Taishima, Tomoshige could not die and was swept away by the sea to an unknown fate. He never directly met Princess Hatsune, and as such, the two remained unaware of each other's existence. Did we read this? I don't remember. I guess we didn't. Having eaten the flesh of a mermaid and becoming an 800-year immortal, Sato spent years wandering across Japan. Eventually, with the help of the Onmyoji Tsuchimikado Harukage, a descendant of one of her former benefactors, she made her way to Taishima, an island rumored to be home to mermaids, and began to live there quietly. The islanders, duty-bound to protect the mermaids and the entrance to Ryukyu, were accepting of her and her circumstances, and Sato was finally able to gain the peaceful life she had been searching for. Having changed her name many times during her years of wandering, she was going by Hatsune at the time. After she had spent some time there, Kuki Sumitaka, under whose jurisdiction Taishima fell, grew fond of her and took her in as his adopted daughter. Initially unaware of her true identity, Sumitaka eventually discovered her immortality, but even so continued to treat her the same as he always had, and Sato came to trust him as well. Several hundred years older than your adopted father. Alright, following the invasion of Taishima, Sato sacrificed herself in order to quell the curse of the raging waves, with Harukage's ritual causing her to fall into a deep sleep within the sacred land at the bottom of the sea. The seal on the sacred land was set to break 400 years later, which was, in fact, to awaken Sato from her slumber. Was there anything more here? Oh, okay. We read this part. They like just ran into a mermaid. I guess eating the slightly dried mermaid was still fine. I remember now. Everything's coming back to me. You're Lord Tomoshige. I've waited long for this moment, Osato. You're telling me you became an 800-year immortal as well? I can't believe it. Indeed, I ate mermaid flesh to become an 800-year immortal just before you did. 800 years ago, we sailed out searching for mermaids, trying to restore the Heikin name to glory. We found one, sure enough, but those Genji bastards had laid an ambush. They attacked us, tore us apart. But seeing we had both become immortal, we both continue to live our separate lives. I never knew. I thought I was the only one left. I spent all these years thinking I was the only one. You and me both, Osato. Truly is a miracle that we were able to meet like this once again. You didn't go to her hometown? Bruh. Listen, Osato. When I realized this body couldn't die, I decided to use my fate to use it in whatever way. It was my fate to use it in whatever way I could to restore the Heike clan. Grief, the hatred, the curses of my bloodline who died screaming in resentment. I've carried all of it with me in this body. They screamed at me, "You'll finish what we couldn't! That's why you're immortal, damn it!" He became a curse stone. He turned himself into a curse stone. Hey Morty, I turned myself into a curse stone. Curse stone Tomoshige. Their voices never stopped. Centuries of the family's rage clawing at my skull. Every day, every night. Even so, look at that, all that gum. Even so, nothing ever worked, but I knew I couldn't just give up. That obsession of mine rotted into resentment, festering for decades, centuries, building and twisting inside me, till finally, centuries of resentment and rage congealed into a curse, something I could control, wield. A curse? Born from that obsession. Bronze mirror I carried absorbed that same resentment, and over time it transformed into a curse stone. So, your goal was to use the power of that curse and the flesh of a mermaid to restore the Heike clan? Indeed. That vow was all I had left. It was the only thing that kept me crawling through these 800 years of hell. I sucked up to people in power and gathered followers, also I could build an immortal army. But it couldn't be done out in the open. Everything had to be done in the shadows, always unseen. Even with immortality and curses on my side, it was damn near impossible. No matter what I tried, power was always out of reach. The path to reclaiming the Heike name was always filled with peril. It was always one fucking problem after the next. Nothing ever went the way I wanted. Damn it! Before I knew it, the world had changed to one where military power alone was no longer the key to control. I just don't have the power or the time to rule this goddamn new age. Fuck it all! Learn how to be a software engineer, dude. Then you can, I don't know, become a tech bro. And so here we are, in, 20 years. Before I knew it, my 800-year lifespan was burning out. The end was right here, staring me in the face. That's when something broke in me. All that was left was emptiness. 800 years and nothing to show for it. Just the truth that I'd achieved nothing. Aw, how relatable. 800 years and he wasn't able to get anything done. Feels relatable. Tell me, Osato, what the hell were those 800 years of me giving it everything I had worth? What was it all for? I can't say. I mean, listen, dude. You were literally gonna live 800 years without having to worry about food or shelter. I mean, it would suck. But you didn't have to worry about food. You could just do whatever the heck you wanted. That's the dream, buddy. I mean, not the 800 years part, but the not having to worry about living and just getting to do what you want. And then I realized my lifespan was finally coming to an end. Or when I realized my lifespan was finally coming to an end, I almost felt relieved. Like dying might actually set me free. It was then that I happened to hear of you. You, my Osato of Kusawa, were still alive on Kamishima. Also as an 800-year immortal. That moment was the first light to pierce my darkness in 800 goddamn years. Whoa, aren't you exaggerating a little? Not at all. This is an 800-year-long miracle of fate! Osato, don't you see? Back then, when the Heike fell, you were the only one who stayed with me. You were the only one who comforted me. When my final day comes, I want it to be with you. That's the only thing I want now. If I could just have that, then maybe this was all worth something after all. You understand, don't you? You must. But the curse kept me from ever setting foot on Kamishima. So I manipulated Unkaku Dodo. I used him to reach you and claim you for myself. Wait, hold on. This is getting a bit too much. His face, this is transforming. He's going Super Saiyan. What's so funny? Oh, Sato, you're blushing. You truly are so lovable. No need to act shy now. 800 years ago, we were bound by a vow of love. What? We were? I don't remember that. You kept the bronze mirror I gave you, did you not? That should be proof enough. What? No, that's not what you think. Come now, we certainly took the long way around, you and I. But we finally found our way back here. After everything, meeting again like this can only be a blessing of fate. This is what our curse of immortality was all for. Our final glorious crossing into the next world together. No. I mean, yeah, it is the end, but
You've been waiting for it too, haven't you? The day this cursed life finally ends. Come, Osato, let's meet the day together. Let's finally be free of all this endless pain.
I am Osato of Kasawa. At the end of the Heian period, I worked as a maidservant for the Bureau of Onmyo. That's when I first met Taira no Tomoshige. By chance, he took a liking to me and made me part of his household. After the fall of the Heike, the world spun into chaos. We were too busy surviving to think about anything else. I remember those days now. We ran from one hiding place to another, and I had no one to depend on but him. Those memories are so distant now. So distant it's hard to tell them apart from something I might have seen on a TV show last month. She's still thinking about TV! This girl! So distant. It might have been something I watched in an anime. And now that I think about it, the only reason I kept that bronze mirror after the attack was because it was the only thing I had left when I washed ashore. It was the only clue to who I was. I held onto it out of loneliness, that's all. As a trace of a past I could barely remember. I'm afraid I never had even a shred of affection for Lord Tomoshige even back then. Damn, dude. 800 years. It really is him. Lord Tomoshige. I remember him now. He was always just like this. All pride and vanity, puffed up with his own importance, the very image of an arrogant Heike. It's interesting that they both ended up fairly tall, considering... I don't know, I feel like back then they would be much... The 800 years ago, they were probably much short. People were probably much shorter. No wonder he failed so spectacularly. Anyone would acting like that. Does it say their heights? I forget. No, it says their age and occupation. Maybe they kept growing over the 800 years. Like if they lived longer, Sato would get up to like 2 meters, 2.2 meters. And still, a part of me can't help but feel sorry for him. And now that I think of it, alright. What else is there to examine? Oh. Well, why are you silent? Say something. You know as well as I do that our lives are almost up. It could be over by tomorrow. What are you hesitating for? Hey, Sato, say something! I'm talking to you nicely and you just stand there like a fucking idiot? Wake up! All you need to do is be grateful and come to my side. That's it. Stop being so fucking pathetic. What if I refuse?
Are you fucking kidding me? Refuse? After all these years, there is no refusal. You would dare defy me? That was never even a fucking option. Come with me right now if you dare to try to say no again. I'll ensure you receive due punishment. I have harsher methods I can use.
Like what? Harsher methods?
I told you. I can use a curse, remember? A curse that targets a certain pattern and slices anyone with it clean through. Nice and painful.
But even if you use that to hurt me, if I just hold on until tomorrow, your time will run out. You'll never get what you want.
Are you really that fucking dumb? Why would I use it on you? You're immortal! Before I came here, I handed out dozens of business cards with the target pattern to people on the island.
You wouldn't.
Just a flick of my wrist, these stupid islanders will be dead in an instant. You get what I'm trying to tell you, right?
You're holding the people here hostage.
Ah, they're just insurance. A way to ensure you'll come with me. In fact, that old man Wakamura was so stubborn about handing you over, I had to deal with him first.
What? You mean you just killed him?
So what will you do? You have two options, Osato. Time to choose. Obey and come with me quietly, or let your selfishness condemn these innocent people to a brutal death.
and come with me only after you watch them die. I mean, you don't have any more leverage if you actually use that, though. No, I refuse. No, I still can't. I won't follow you. I refuse. Well, you selfish little brat. Very well. I'll make you regret that choice. They'll be dead in an instant anyway, relatively speaking. True. Let's see how long that defiance of yours holds out. Huh? Alright, so there we can see the other options here still. So let's do this. Which timeline are we in right now? What? You can't be serious. Old man Wakamura was murdered? Seems that way. Call the police to look into it. Probably has something to do with the slashing curse.
That means whoever's causing the curse is on the island at this very moment.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. I thought they'd already found the cursed stone that was causing this to happen. But it looks like we're not out of danger yet. A world of mayflies? This is too much. Now the curse is still hanging around? How does that even happen? What if her dad is Ikoma somehow? Well, probably not, but... She hasn't seen the corpse herself, so the reality of the situation still hasn't sunk in. I told her before that everything was going to be okay, so it's no wonder that she's shocked by this news. Ordinarily bright and cheerful, she says nothing as the darkness clouds her features. Even she can't hide her concerns now that the situation has become so dire. I thought I could avoid speaking to her, but I don't think I can hold back any more. Another recollection. Interesting. Here's a question. We found out Wakamura died. This was on the same line as the last chapter where she was confronted by Ikoma. Wonder what's different here. Or like what's going on. The Kantaki show at night. There's no sound other than the wind in the trees and the distant tide. But an anxious feeling grips my chest at the thought of what might lurk beneath the stillness. I'm sure he's thinking about what to do next, about how to help everyone on the island. Azami always worries about everyone else before he worries about himself. He really is a good guy.
Hey Yuza, I got a question.
What's up?
Isn't the slashing curse the thing Kikuko tried to use? But she was arrested, right? You don't think she's trying again, do you?
Well, I think it's a possibility, yes. But we should probably avoid mentioning her to the others unless we can prove she's involved.
You're right. We don't want to scare them any more than we already have.
Hey, what are you two whispering about over there?
Just some rumors. We don't want to spread stuff we don't actually know is true.
Oh, well now I'm even more curious. Let's talk to Sato. Oh, are you talking to me? What?
You don't have to be so jumpy.
She's so funny. What's the slashing curse business all about, Yuza?
Well, to be completely honest, someone planned to use that curse to commit a massacre today.
What the hell? Who would do that?
Don't worry, the culprit was caught this afternoon. The curse was targeting the symbol on the back of the Kameshimaru hand mirrors.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, so anyone with one of those mirrors would have been a potential target.
Seriously? That's so scary. Oh, that's why Azami took everyone's hand mirrors this afternoon.
I was just doing my part.
Backslashes are more of a curse?
Backslash! But the police apparently found the curse stone that was used to release the curse. Things probably would have been fine even if I hadn't collected all the mirrors.
It can't have been that easy, though. It can't have been easy, though. Thanks for doing that, Azami. Even if the police found some rock, a bunch of people were saved because of you.
Well, when you put it like that, I feel like it really helped out.
But just because there are no mirrors left doesn't mean we're free and clear, right? Yeah, I somehow doubt Mr. Wakamura had one of those hand mirrors. That means there may have been other items with that symbol on them. How am I ever supposed to relax ever again? You think the police will find the culprit while we're hiding in here? Hope so. Probably searching for him as we speak. Oh. Actually, maybe you should be. There's a chance the culprit is after you, after all, so stay alert. Now I'm even more scared. Wait, really? Why would they be after Sato? Well, it just seemed to me like it would be the case. Just tell them. Yuza, you know something we don't know? Or we don't? Yeah, I can't keep anything hidden from you, so I might as well come out and say it. The truth is, Sato Shiranami here ate mermaid flesh a long time ago and is now an immortal girl. Well, that is not how I imagined bringing this up. That's her reaction. Her reaction is, okay, this is not how I expected this to go. This girl is so stupid. Wait, what? Seriously? How did you already know that, Yuza? Was that part of the Tomokazuki vision too? Yeah, something like that. Wait, hold up, wait. I'm not following any of this. You had a Tomokazuki vision? What does that even mean? Yeah, this is a lot to take in. I guess now is a good time to explain everything. 800 years of being a goober. That was only 400 years. The other 400 was being a drowner. What? You ran into a Tomokazuki while you were diving and it showed you a vision of a different future? What? Sato ate mermaid flesh and became immortal hundreds of years ago? Yeah, the whole thing is pretty bizarre. Funny world we live in, huh? After this, I don't think I can deny any supernatural mystery or occult conspiracy theory ever again. You're really thinking all this well, Yuza. This is the wildest thing I've heard all day. And Sato, I always thought you were a little different, but I didn't realize you were straight out of the history books. Yeah, sorry about deceiving you. No, I seriously had no idea. You fit into the modern era so effortlessly. Well, I watched a lot of TV to learn how to fit in. I love TV. She loves TV so much. She keeps bringing it up. You're so funny. Oh, I get it now. Tomokazuki is also why you knew about the hand mirrors, right? TV loves you too. Exactly. That's why I secretly enlisted Azami's help. I have to thank you again for that, Azami. None of this would have worked out if you hadn't trusted me. I was pretty unconvinced at first, but you were so uncharacteristically serious that I didn't have a choice. Yeah, I learned a really important lesson. The more you joke around, the less likely people are to believe you when you need them to. You wouldn't be you if you weren't messing around. I don't think you'd need to change a thing. I mean, I may have learned a lesson, but that doesn't mean I was planning on changing. Dude, please. Ah, that's the spirit. Never change, man. Anyway, on a more serious note, I do plan on never changing. Ever. For 800 years. Sato's probably being targeted because she's immortal, right? That's gotta be it. There's also that thing we found out earlier. Old man Wakamura was close to some rich guy called Unkakudono. He said he'd break the curse of the raging waves, but only if Wakamura handed over Sato. That's right. Mr. Wakamura said it was to protect the islanders. Seriously? I can't believe I didn't notice all this happening. Wait, didn't Yuza already break the curse of the raging waves? There's no need to give Sato to anyone, right? That's true. Things might be worse now. That rich guy might resort to more drastic measures. Oh, that's a good point. You gonna talk, girl? Where's my birds at? I need my birds. Birds. After finding Mr. Wakamura's mangled corpse, we called Shotaro right away and asked him to inform Mrs. Shiki of the situation. With the crime scene under investigation, we made our way here to find Tsukasa and Sato. I had a feeling that killer's real target must be Sato. I needed to find her before the culprit did. We managed to gather everyone together, but I knew we wouldn't be able to relax until the killer was found. The question is, what do we do now? Will hiding here keep everyone safe? You know what? This is a perfect opportunity to take screenshots of people. It's harder to... What's it called? To mask them out, though, when it's dark, because... you can't see the outlines as well. So, does that mean I'm still in danger? No, not particularly. You don't have to jump at every little thing. You think Tsukasa realized Kikuko might be a suspect in the hand mirror thing? Yeah, she might have. But I don't think she'll say anything, even if she has. Probably right. I think she gets why we aren't naming names. Okay, I think I've got a better grasp of what's going on. If Sato really is being targeted, we have to do whatever we can to protect her. Agreed. We should probably stay up here for a while so no one finds us. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, but this would all be over if I just gave myself up. Not a chance. I'm not going to let you do anything like that. You have no idea what they do to you. She's right. We won't let anything happen to you, Sato. Huh? What's that? I think someone's outside. This is bad. Someone's coming. Really? Sato, hide quick! No, wait. Wait. No, wait. I think I know him. So this is where you've been hiding. You really gave us a fright. You're Mrs. Shiki's assistant, right? Yes. My name is Soto Kiryu. Are you alright, Mrs. Shiranami? Yes? A man who wishes to harm Miss Shiranami is heading this way. You have very little time. Wait, what? They're really after Sato? It is likely the same person who murdered Mr. Wakamura. We must be prepared to defend ourselves. Okay, is there anything we can do? As soon as he heard that someone was coming, he moved right to the front of the room. He didn't move at all, what do you mean? He might be the strongest one here, but I hope he doesn't do anything reckless. He's literally in the same place. Hold on a second, Mr. Kiryu, how did you find out where we were before the murderer did? Referring to a map, I realized the path he was taking led only one direction. He was either attempting to arrive at the lighthouse or these ruins, so I took a shortcut through the mountains to get ahead of him. There was no one in the lighthouse, so I came here next. Wait. You somehow got ahead of him even though you weren't on a path in the dark? Those geto you're wearing can't be easy to hike in either, not to mention the fact that you went all the way to the lighthouse before coming here. As I once trained as an itinerant Buddhist monk, I need only the stars to guide my feet. You can't just explain things like that, Soto. That's not an explanation, dude. It's amazing. Even we have to be careful at night, and we know all these trails pretty well. Now that an expert in the occult has arrived, she seems a bit calmer. I could really use her brains right now, but I don't want to put too much on her. No check mark. Shouldn't stare too much. Might get in trouble again. Dude. And any birds appearing? The appearance of a competent ally eased the tension of the room. However, a very real threat is now making its way toward us. Huh? What? No, it's nothing, but you don't have to jump like that when I talk to you. She's like that. If the murderer is coming for us, shouldn't we hurry up and get out of here? Might be a good idea to exchange all the information we have so we can be as prepared as possible. Yeah, good point. If we want to protect ourselves, I guess we need to think up a plan sooner than later. When I first met him, he seemed like a pretty level-headed man, if a little scary. But it's definitely nice to have a psychic around when you're being targeted by a deadly curse. I guess psychics have inhuman physical strength too, huh? Well, I tend to push through difficulties with the sheer force of will. That may make me somewhat unique. However, enhancing one's spirit sense does also sharpen the 5 normal senses, making it easier to move about. So that's how you got here so fast. The man heading this way is one Kipe Ikuma. He's come from the mainland. According to Mrs. Shiki, he's an 800-year immortal. What? An immortal?
Seriously, another immortal like Sato?
It would seem that you're all aware of Miss Shiranami's condition. It seems like almost everyone knows by this point. That should be good. At least with this crew. I see. But if he's already immortal, what does he want with Sato? That remains unclear. But perhaps Miss Shiranami could shed some light on the issue? Do you know anything about this man, Ikuma? No, nothing. In fact, we thought we were being hunted by someone working for a person named Unkakudono. That is correct. Ikuma was indeed one of Unkakudono's subordinates. I knew it! Did you say was? You mean he doesn't work for Unkakudono anymore? Yes. Unkakudono, or rather Yoshiatsu Yamashina, was found dead in his home earlier today. He was apparently murdered by a curse inflicted by Ikuma, in precisely the same manner as Mr. Wakamura was killed. What? Yamashina? Wonder what happens when you eat 800-year immortal flesh? It just I guess if they don't die, the flesh doesn't disappear. That means he can be looking for Sato on Ukakudono's behalf. Just so. And that makes his motive for seeking Miss Shiranami entirely unclear. What do you think? What are you thinking, Tsukasa? Huh? Tsukasa okay? Looks like something's bothering her, but I should let her bring it up in her own terms. On her own terms. No way! Unkakudono was Yamashina? My dad? My dad was 70 years old? Tsukasa? What's the matter? He's dead. No, that can't be true. Alright, she got her check mark. You got your check mark. You got your check mark. Is it possible that this Ikuma person can use curses without a curse stone? It does appear to be the case. And yet, very few people would be capable of inflicting a curse powerful enough to inflict mortal wounds without assistance. Is there any chance he stole back his curse stone? No, the curse stone for the curse of Tomoshige is in my possession. In fact, I have it with me now. That bronze mirror is a curse stone. Indeed. This is a separate artifact from the still-tide mirror. It is interesting, however, that both relics were made of bronze mirrors. A mirror! I'm pretty sure it belonged to Taira no Tomoshige. What? How could you know that? Oh. Huh? I believe I understand. Yes, it is all clear now. Considering all the information I've gathered thus far, there is a distinct possibility that Kipe Ikuma has actually lived for 800 years and is none other than Taira no Tomoshige. Indeed, 800 years is certainly enough time to accumulate the resentment needed to create a curse. How could anyone have held fast to such enmity for centuries? Of course, as the sole inheritor of the entire clan's resentment, the depths of his malice would be overwhelming. Wait, what? I don't get it. What are you saying? There's no time. I will give a brief synopsis. We can discuss it in depth at a later date. Perhaps in 199X. Okay, let's hear it. All current evidence indicates that the man who was searching for Mrs. Shiranami, Kipe Ikuma, has been alive for over 800 years. He was also known as Taira no Tomoshige during the Heian period, when he likely became an 800-year immortal. And we can assume he gained the ability to wield a curse that launches a slashing attack at a certain symbol via his clan's accumulated resentment. Launches an attack at a certain symbol. So you're saying that symbol was on the mirrors too? That is my current supposition. It would be the same powers that contained within a curse stone. Using that cursed power, Ikuma murdered his ally Unkakudono and then proceeded to kill Mr. Wakamura. What a monster! Can't you use your powers to stop him or something? It isn't impossible, but I believe it would be unwise to provoke him any further at the moment. Is there something else we should be worried about? Well, it appears he passed out business cards with the cursed symbol written on them to a number of the island residents. He encouraged people to keep them in their pockets, so there's no telling how many people are currently carrying one.
Seriously?
Even if the curse has an activation range, as long as he's on the island, we have to assume that all these people are at risk. And he can kill as many people as he wants whenever he wants.
Holy shit, that's insane! We definitely should provoke him then.
The entire island has been taken hostage. Until we do something to remedy the situation, we cannot move against him.
What can we even do? We don't have time to find everyone who has a business card right now.
Oh, why don't we use the island PA system to tell everyone to throw out the cards? It's possible that Ikoma would hear the broadcast and use the curse before anyone could react. Yeah, I guess that might push him over the edge. There's just not enough time to do anything else. I might have something? Why don't I meet with Ikoma to buy some time? If I'm the one he's after, I bet he won't curse anyone while I'm talking with him.
No way, that's too dangerous.
Hey, don't worry, I'm an immortal girl, so nothing can happen to me.
But
if I'm lucky, I might be able to get him to reveal his intentions. Or even find some way to end all this. Mr. Kiryu, this might be the best way to buy us some more time. I'm afraid we have little choice, but you must avoid inciting his anger at all costs. I understand. Do not reveal that you know his true identity either. Try to keep him talking for as long as possible. Don't worry. I'm very good at feigning ignorance. You can call me a deadpan McPokerface. Nice to meet you, Deadpan. Deadpan, sister of Deadpool. Okay, we'll stay hidden up here for now. Sato, please be careful. I'm going to be as careful as I can be. Trust me. We'll find some way to deal with the curse. Just don't let Ikoma do anything to you. I know. I believe in you guys. Rooftop. You're just gonna hide on the roof? Miss Shiranami is waiting for Ikoma downstairs. There's no sign of him yet, but it's only a matter of time before he arrives.
We need to do something about the business cards while she's keeping him busy.
Yes, if I go alone, I should be able to make it back to town fairly quickly. Think you could just ask people in town for help? Yes, Miss Shiki and the others are coming this way, so I should be able to meet them en route. Okay. Then we don't have to go it alone. We can ask them for help if need be. What about the two foreigners? They're with Miss Shiki too, right? I was not aware you knew of them, but yes, they are.
You mean those two tourists? What are they doing with her?
The girl is a psychic. She may be able to offer assistance.
Whoa, really?
Tsukasa has taken the death of her father pretty well. Yeah. Right. Surroundings. Mountains of Kamishima are shrouded in darkness. At this very moment, a man named Ikoma is approaching along this path. I doubt he'll be able to find us up here on the roof, but we still need to do something. Thinking of the possible inheritance? No, she's an illegitimate child, though, so she's not getting squat. I wonder what kind of abilities a professional psychic has. That's all your thought is? Azami's tried his best to think of a way to stop the curse, too. It's nice to know I'm not dealing with this all alone. Just realizing that gives me hope. She's racking her brain to think of a way to deal with the curse. Now that I think about it, Tsukasa reacted oddly to that information earlier. I feel like I might have some idea what's going on with her because of Tomokazuki's vision. Maybe you could use that somehow? Sorry. Hold on a minute. Gears are all turning full tilt right now. You sure? You sure that there are any gears in that head right there?
Can I make sure I'm on the right page about the curse and its conditions and all that?
Sure.
Okay, so Ikoma has a curse that uses a certain symbol as a target for a slashing attack, right? And we're in a bad way because he gave a bunch of people business cards with that symbol on it.
Yes, he can kill the islanders whenever he wants.
Okay, and now we don't have time to collect them at all.
And if we make an announcement about the cards, Ikuma will hear it and use the curse. So what are we supposed to do here? We don't have any time. That's the problem. Our only way out of this is a supernatural solution. We gotta travel back in time. Oh, hello. And warn everyone ahead of time? And we got 17 out of 20, I guess. Well now, Yuza Minakuchi, it would seem you have a plan. Not really? I mean, why would you ask me? Travel back and put the symbol on the power lines. Oh, I merely had a hunch. My intuition is telling me that you should look inside yourself for an answer. Huh? Inside myself? Do you mean... This is it. Do or die time. We try not to think about it, but... Ever since I met the Tomokazuki this afternoon... I can't help feeling like some all-knowing entity is somehow directing my movements. Guess I'll refer to them as the Tomokazuki for now. It's us! It's us, chat! Somehow, being led along like this isn't an unpleasant feeling. It actually feels perfectly natural to just go along with it. If anything, the Tomokazuki's choices have helped us miraculously avoid many crises so far. That's why I feel like their knowledge will help us overcome the situation too. Maybe this is just wishful thinking? So I'm almost positive that Tomokazuki can hear what I'm thinking right now. If they're listening, maybe they can give us a sign so we know what to do next. Somehow I feel like reassessing what I know about everyone will help me find the answer. Reassessing what we know about everyone, eh? Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's old for his age. Why do we need? Who do we need to reassess? Nagisa Awo. What are we looking for? Well, need more time. What are we looking at a solution for? How we can do what? The body of a small dog. Why is that yellow? Feast of Shadows? Maybe? I mean, this has come up, and he's just never used it, so perhaps... Let's try it, I guess. Got it! I have a plan, probably! Really? Alright, Yuza. Yuza, before you tell us your idea, allow me to impart a warning. Okay? Whatever you tell us, I'm gonna trust your judgment and carry out your plan immediately. As things stand, we simply have no time to weigh the option or consider other avenues. Do you understand? You can only choose once, and there is no leeway for unnecessary steps. No pressure, then. Now lay out the entire plan, who to ask and what to ask of them. Who to ask and what to ask of them. Wait, what? Alright, I guess let's check everyone's profiles again. Do you have any any abilities we know? No. Do you have any abilities? Do you have any abilities? Guardian Spirit. Shikigami. Dowsing Guardian Spirits. Crap. Shit, couldn't be any of this. What are we trying to do? We are trying to let everyone know how to do, like, I don't know what we're trying to do. What is our plan? We're trying to somehow stop. Like, we can't get rid of all the... Who's do we have? We have Tsukasa, we have... Okay. Shotaro. Does Shotaro have anything here? Does he have any abilities? I mean, she doesn't have any named abilities, so... Shotaro has the ability to be overwhelmingly handsome. Yeah, I feel like their only options are one of these two. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the night... the... Like, but what benefit would it have? If we did the, Feast of Shadows. Certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Is there like a reverse Feast of Shadows? Use Circe's Guardian Spirits. Let's do Circe's Guardian Spirits. Sure. Oh wait, we have other options? Go diving, crack a joke, do laundry. Enter negotiations, use curse. He still has a curse? There's no way. He doesn't... I mean, he can't use the curse. He doesn't have it. Do housework, consult with husband. Use vision ability. Enter negotiations, beg for mercy, flee to Tokyo. Make calculations, go diving, use inheritance. Pilot the boat, collect cards, act as consultant. Go diving, fool around, enact purification. Enact purification? What do you mean? Use Feast of Shadows, use Curse, use Shotgun. Alright, we're gonna do the Guardian Spirits. Oh, we can do both. Alright. Act as consultant. What is purification? Sure, just consult with your husband. Crack a joke. Sure, let's do that. Oh, well, that's 6 in total. That's the plan. I'll be sure to do my part. Alright, sounds like you need me on the case. If it'll help set things right, I'll do whatever I can. This is our last chance. Let's keep it together. I'll need to go apprise the people not here as to what you need them to do. At the same time, I will also fulfill my own role in the plan. That said, I'm unsure as to whether I will have sufficient time to relay the plans to all these individuals. Please do what you can. We're counting on you. Very well. I'll enact the plan as soon as you give me the word. If all goes well, Ikuma's curse should have no effect. Okay. What? You selfish little brat. But very well, I'll make you regret that choice. Let's see how long that defiance of yours holds out. The joke is the key to cracking this case. What are the results? And so Tomoshige's curse was unleashed. In an instant, several islanders carrying Kippei's business cards collapsed and died. I didn't see it happen, but from the sound of his voice, I knew he wasn't bluffing. Okay. Oh, this is Sato's POV suddenly. I didn't see it happen, but from the sound of his voice, I knew he wasn't bluffing. What have I done? I made the wrong choice. There was no way to fight the curse. I should have just done as Tomoshige said. Even if I went to the rooftop now and told those waiting there to warn the others to destroy the business cards, Tomoshige would likely never allow me to, and even if he did. In the time it'd take him to destroy the cards, he'd just keep pressing for me for an answer, all while killing more and more people. There really was no way to fight him. I started thinking that if I gave in now, maybe I could still save a few lives. Before I knew it, I was saying those words out loud, telling that merciless man I'd obey and begging him to stop, apologizing through my tears. And so, before our time finally ran out, we sank to the bottom of Ise Bay, fading out into foam upon the sea. As the curse that had sustained us for 800 years at last began to unravel, I felt my senses slipping away. Beside me, Tomoshige drifted in silence, his face calm, almost childlike. I stared at his smile as he slowly faded away. Yet as the darkness closed in, only an endless, burning hatred was left in me, as my consciousness faded into nothingness. Oh no, she became a curse! Ending for Taira no Tomoshige's desire. Oh, we got it. I guess we should see what happens if we don't refuse. Yes. Let's skip the credits. Forgive me. I won't be able to spend the next 800 years with you. Uh-oh. What does that mean? It would seem things haven't quite turned out the way you hoped. Unable to stop the curse of Kippei Ikuma, or should I say Taira no Tomoshige, you allowed more victims to fall to his curse. In the end, Sato Shiranami had no choice but to perish alongside Tomoshige. Now then, what could you have done differently? It appears you chose the right people, but you also included a few unnecessary ones that may have caused you precious time. Next time, it might be best to limit your choices to only those who are truly essential. In addition, if you think about what those business cards are made of, you might just find someone with the right kind of ability. Alright, we gotta use the Shikigami then, for sure. And so for now, this path has come to an end. You'll be returned to the story chart. Please select a chapter to try again. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. Alright. We've got the recollection that we can do. We need a plan. Alright, let's come up with a new plan. Alright, so let's use the shadows. Use Shikigami. And use collect cards, I guess. That's only 3. That should be enough. That should be fine. Alright, well, that's 3 in total. Plan. Alright, it sounds like you need me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he didn't. This time he didn't say that there were too many people. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, no samurai showed up yet. Nope, it showed up anyway. So Tomoshi gets cursed. Alright, what did we miss? Did we... Alright, we just need those two then. We don't need what's his name helping out. Azami. Azami is somehow being dead weight even though he's right here. He can hear the plan details already. What do you mean? Maybe we also don't need the Feast of Shadows. I like how he doesn't say anything if he's not included in the plan. Oh, there we did it. Conclusion.
Haha! 2 or 3 people died from that curse just now. Hope you're happy with yourself.
No.
Tell you what, if you snivel and weep and beg my forgiveness, I'll let you off easy.
Huh? Oh? Something is off. Could this mean they found a way to stop the curse? Yo, look at all them butterflies. Those agehas.
What the fuck? Paper butterflies!
Oh, still can't believe what I'm seeing. Those cards actually turned into butterflies and started flapping around.
Turn a bunch of business cards into a swarm of shikigami? Only you could think of something out there, Yuza.
You could turn a piece of paper into someone's name with someone's name on it, or written on it, into a shikigami. Business cards would work just as well. And since Mr. Kiryu was able to extend the effect to cover the entire island, I was sure it would work. But it's still a relief to see I was right. Now you have to fight all those butterflies? Oh no. They're never gonna land.
It's a great idea. Now all we can do is track down those cards and leave the rest up to Mr. Kiryu and his powers.
Stop right there! Now that your curse is useless, I have no reason to hold back any longer.
Akurio Taisan! Taira no Tomoshige, I hereby place you under arrest. Ugh, this fucking hurts. Screw you! No, Sato! How dare you toy with me, you fucking bitch!
Sorry. Thanks for the offer and all, but I'd rather you died alone.
Curse you! How could you do this to me, Osato? Why? 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 Z!
Come along quietly. I've warned you. It'll be worse if you don't.
Ah, fuck! Damn it! Osato! Hey! You!
And so, Kipe Ikoma was arrested, and the last of the calamities threatening Kamishima was averted. Both Kiryu and Miss Shiki thanked us again and again. Seemed truly grateful for everything we had done, including putting an end to the curse of the raging waves. Azami seemed pretty pleased with himself, even though he brushed it off as only natural for us islanders to defend our home. Apparently, the Coast Guard is on its way to assist with the investigation into Mr. Wakamura's death. Mrs. Shiki and Mr. Kiryu are planning to use the Coast Guard's boat to escort Ikoma to the mainland. Speaking of Ikoma, it seems he's accepted his fate and confessed to everything. Updates? His true identity is Taira no Tomoshige, a member of the Heike who gained immortality 800 years ago. Tomoshige has spent the past 800 years working alone in the shadows, possessed by the single desire of restoring the Heike. His plan has remained unchanged: obtain wealth and status, gain the power of immortality, build up an immortal army, and rise to power through force. Anyway, I don't think there's anything particular. Approximately 6 years ago, he murdered a youth by the name of Kipe Ikuma and assumed his identity before approaching Yoshiatsu Yamashina in a bid to while his way into his trust. Oh yeah, here. Sought out young men with no family of a similar age. Yeah, that's where it describes that. However, careless comment by Shinobu Wakamura revealed that Osato, a girl Tomoshige had been close to during the height of the Heike's power, had also become an 800-year immortal and was currently living on Kamishima. Anything here worthy of noting? Alright, that's all stuff we knew. And, well, he didn't actually name any names. Kikuko, who was under house arrest after plotting to use her curse to commit murder, is going to be escorted off the island with him. In a wood chipper! Before Mrs. Shiki and her assistant departed, they summoned me for a private word. A Microsoft word. His mouth is moving. Huh? You want me to join the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? It was Soto's suggestion, actually. He's quite impressed with everything you achieved. And I'm all for it. It would make it easier for you to keep your immortality a secret. Maybe even put it to good use. Wait, are you saying you'll send me into dangerous situations just because I can't die? You know, I hadn't actually thought of that. But it's not a bad idea. His face. I think not, ma'am. That would make it impossible to keep his identity a secret. No, I know. I was just kidding. The same, though. I heard that. Even so, Yuza, this would require rigorous training to help you harness and control your psychic abilities. The offer stands if you're prepared. Well, only stands if you're prepared to put yourself through that. And it won't be easy. Still, seeing as you'd be under our surveillance, you'd be able to go about your life with a little more freedom. Seems to me that's not a bad deal for someone who in your position, all things considered. So, what do you say? 800 years of overtime? What happens if I refuse? Will you arrest me? Well, we do have to thank you for wrapping up our investigations here. If you prefer a quiet life on Kamishima, we'll turn a blind eye and leave you be. But just so we're clear, at the first sign of you being on the move, we'll be on our way over here to take you away. Okay, I understand. In that case, I'm gonna need some time to think this over. Would that be alright? Really? I thought it'd be an easy decision. But I suppose there's plenty of time. Just contact me when you've made up your mind. Oh, before I forget, there's something else I've been meaning to ask you. Yes? Funny thing is, I wasn't planning on coming to Kamishima at all today. Then out of nowhere, I changed my mind. That wasn't your doing, was it? Oh, what do you mean? You see, I keep getting the feeling I was being watched or even manipulated. Especially this morning, when I changed plans and set out for Kamishima, it didn't feel like my decision somehow. It was almost as if someone were guiding us here. Actually, I felt something similar to that as well. I thought it was the Tomokazuki doing it, since it only started happening after that encounter. But why would you think it was me? I don't know. Something about it reminded me of you. Like it was close to you or something. Close to me. Anyway, it seems I was wrong. Though I'm not sure what else it could be unless I'm possessed by a spirit or something. That is out of the question. If either of you are possessed, I would be the first to know. Given that I cannot perceive the origin of this sensation, it must be something truly extraordinary. The thing is, I also get the feeling that we have this mysterious watcher to thank for everything turning out the way it did. Right? That's how it seemed to me, too. But whatever it was, I can't sense it anymore. So I suppose there's no use worrying it over it now, that the situation's been resolved. True. Hashtag true. And that's where we left it. But then what? Out of nowhere, Avi and Circe, with whom I'd barely spoken to in this future, came up to talk to us.
Hey, aren't you the kids who dealt with the curse that was hanging over the island? When I learned of your heroic deeds from Yumeko, I simply had to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you. I've actually heard about you as well.
Oh, you hear that, Circe? Our reputations precede us.
I wouldn't go that far. We just stand out too much. Oh no, I've only heard good things, I promise. You're Arnav, right? The fantasy author who's come to Japan looking for adventure?
What's that? Did I hear you say the bachelor fantasy author whose novels don't sell and who had to empty his savings just to visit Japan? Humbug, I say, stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. Well, that's just creepy. How did you know my catchphrase? I assure you that was the first time I've uttered those words on Japanese soil.
Oh, whoops. I mean, I guess it just came to me.
It would appear you have a mysterious secret up your sleeve, user.
Oh, who, me? No,
But setting that aside for the moment, there's something I'd like to ask you. This afternoon, I was struck by a sudden desire to visit this jetty. Might you have had something to do with that?
Huh? You too?
You mean I'm not the first?
Now, someone else asked me that as well, but I swear I haven't done anything.
Oh, I see. Another question. I hear the request to put Circe's Shikigami ability to use came from you. Mind telling me how you knew about that?
Well, I guess you could say that the Tomokazuki is responsible for both those things.
Tomokazuki? I see, so you encountered a Tomokazuki bearing the memories of a different future. And you believe that this same being, or creature, or what have you, has secretly been guiding all of us ever since?
I've never heard of anything like that before.
That would explain how you knew about Circe's Shikigami. If your theory is correct, I suppose we should all be grateful to this Tomokazuki for bringing about such a peaceful conclusion, but on the other hand, I nearly died because of this!
Really? So what? Wait, so what? Last I checked, you're still kicking.
Yes, well, one can't help feeling a little bit used, as it were. Though I suppose I ought to be thankful for my life nonetheless. Besides, it would take a lot more than this to upset me. I've made it through all manner of do-or-die moments and deadly situations before now.
Well, you must be pretty tough.
I never got my hands on that treasure. I'll never get my hands on that treasure now. Still, I suppose I did get quite an adventure in exchange, so fair is fair. Well then, good luck to you, user.
Welcome in, Fire. How's it going? Thanks.
Oh, this curse business has tuckered us out, so I'll be spending the night here on Kamishima and setting sail for home on the morrow. I'm glad we had a chance to speak before we left. You've my gratitude. Take care now.
And off they went. But there was more to come. There's even more! Alright, Shotaro's dad is dead, still. Didn't come back to life. We bumped into Shotaro, who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown after hearing about his father's death, and also seeing his corpse. He'd already heard about the arrest of the culprit, a man named Ikuma. However, it quickly became apparent that it wasn't grief that was weighing on him so heavily. Shotaro? I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to help you through this, okay? How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Let me through this. What do you think? I'm sad or something? Spare me your inane comments. I didn't mean to upset you. Shotaro, could you calm down? It's not like you to shout like that. As if you plebeians could understand my troubles. Oh, he's sad that he doesn't have money anymore. Or he doesn't, you know. But since you're here, Sato, pack your belongings and get out. I won't have you in the house any longer. Wait, what? You're immortal, aren't you? You're not even human. It's disgusting. Not only that, but you trampled over what feelings I had for you. I have no obligation to care for you. You're a plague upon this island, and I hope I never see your face again. And I guess there's nothing left to say. What gives, Shotaro? Why are you being so horrible all of a sudden? Yeah, Shotaro, you're being a real jerk. Did you have to go that far? Oh, shut it. I can't afford to be nice anymore. Not that I expect you to understand that. You have no idea what it means to inherit my old man's legacy.
Pretty sure that means you're lucky. He was loaded, wasn't he? That shows what you know. Let me tell you something about my old man. He was good at what he did, but reckless. He racked up heavy debts, walking a fine line between huge payouts and total ruin. All his success were a combination of killer luck and sheer cunning, making his shoes almost impossible to fill. Not only that, but he had his fingers in a lot of shady pies. From loan sharking to land speculating to Apple. That kept him just this side of the law. Oh, really? Taking over for him means shouldering all of those risks myself, and if I can't cut it, it's a one-way street to bankruptcy. That's what the old man saddled me with. It's all up to me now, and there's no way out!
Shotaro, isn't turning the inheritance down an option?
You out of your mind? If I did that, I'd have nothing left.
Well, then if you have nothing left either way, just fucking deal with it, bro.
After the upbringing I've had, I couldn't handle being poor. Damn it all, what am I gonna do?
Cry me a river, buddy. Damn, Shotaro, if it helps, I swear to God, how you feel?
Huh? Look at an impoverished nobody like you possibly understand.
Well, you see, I'm kinda in the same boat.
What are you saying?
Oh, you're talking about that thing you found out about today, huh? Yeah. Guess Shotaro isn't the only one I haven't told yet. So it turns out. Tsukasa repeated her story, which we had heard earlier that day. When the Coast Guard arrived to investigate Mr. Wakamura's death, a detective from the prefectural police accompanied them and requested a meeting with Tsukasa. Oh, she somehow became the inheritor anyway. The officer mentioned that the tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, alias Inkakudono, had passed away and that his will had just been unsealed. It states as follows.
I, Yoshiatsu Yamashina, hereby bequeath all my assets to Tsukasa Awo of Kamishima.
An official notice would be sent her at a later date, but the officer had thought it best to give Tsukasa a chance to prepare herself ahead of time. As soon as she heard the news, Tsukasa's mother let out a whoop and raised her arms in a victory pose. Really? She made quite a spectacle, jumping for joy and shouting things like, "Take that!" and "Jackpot!" and "I knew we'd pay off sooner or later!" Shocked and confused at this previously unseen side of her mother, Tsukasa had bolted from the house without a backwards glance.
What, you mean to tell me you're going to inherit Yamashina's estate? All of it?
It's a mystery to me as well. He was like really famous, right? Can't wrap my head around it. What was he thinking leaving all that to me? It's too much. His total assets add up to something like 5 billion yen. At least that's what I was told. I can't even imagine it. Shotaro was like,
I can't even call her poor anymore! She's not a nobody anymore! You don't say?
No one's given me a chance to turn it down, but I don't know how to handle this. Still, he did try to kidnap Sato, and who knows what other shady stuff he was up to. Can't help but feeling I should take responsibility.
Tsukasa, are you seriously gonna accept?
I guess so. I feel so lost, but I mean, if Shotaro's in the same boat.
Well, it's a big deal. You'll become a millionaire overnight. Damn it, I rejected her confession, right? You'll be like a celebrity. You won't have time for us little people anymore, huh?
I don't want that. If I can't hang out with you guys, I'm turning it down.
No, Tsukasa. The inheritance is yours as it should be. There's nothing to fear. I'll help you.
You mean it? I'd be super grateful, but...
Of course, I've always known you were a clever girl.
What a two-faced asshole.
You'll have no trouble handling Yamashina's estate. In fact, why don't we be partners? You can be my fiancé.
Huh? Oh boy.
What the hell, man? You can't just pop the question out of nowhere like that. Kakudono is one of my old man's backers. I'm sure it would be easier to manage our estates if we combined our wealth.
Oh, but I...
Come now, there's no need to be coy. I know you're fond of me, Tsukasa.
Huh? How did you know?
What? You wooed me. How could I miss the heat of your gaze? I'm not so unfeeling as you suppose. Besides, the feeling's mutual. You've grown into an attractive young woman. Don't think I haven't noticed.
His eyes... Just imagining his iris is like moving downwards to look at her boobs. You have? I mean, it's not too much.
Tsukasa! This is our chance, don't you think? You've known each other for so long, there can be no doubt we're a match made in heaven.
Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, what should I do? I don't know anymore, my mind's gone blank. This is just too much. I need some time to think.
This girl.
Tsukasa, wait up.
Even your blush is adorable. I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me now. That's enough, Shotaro. You're taking this way too far. No. You have any idea how much Tsukasa cares for you? Her feelings for you are real. I understand her feelings perfectly. Better yet, I reciprocate them. Don't tell me you have an objection. You bet I do. You're just using her. Anyone can see that. The timing's way too inconvenient. If you go through with this, you'll just end up hurting her, you heartless jerk. Not only are your manners lacking, but your wits as well. You were mistaken. My feelings for her are genuine. You liar. You looked like you were trying until you found out her inheritance. And you also called her a miserable, impoverished, impoverished nobody. There you go. That's what you said. There's no way someone as selfish as you can make Tsukasa happy. You have a crush? I suggest you drop this. Frankly, it does not concern you. Zami? Must I spell it out for you? This is between Tsukasa and myself. Keep your nose out of it. God damn it! Well, now we understand each other. I'll take my leave. Evil smile. And off he went. And then... Oh, went to the bay. This is a very eventful August 7th. Later, Tsukasa called us together saying she needed to talk to us tonight. We decided to meet up here. The police investigation was in full swing in the town center and around the Wakamura residence, but out in the bay, everything was quiet. You okay now, Tsukasa? Kinda. Some lawyer wants me to go meet him the day after tomorrow. But I'm not even sure I want to do that yet. And honestly, I'm still in shock over what happened earlier. Tsukasa, don't rush this, okay? You should make a big decision like this so you feel ready. It's about your future, no one else's. You gotta think it over carefully and do what's best for you. Asami, you're right. Thanks for worrying about me. But I didn't call you guys out here to talk about that. Sato, there's something I've got to know. Okay, what is it? See, I overheard a bit of what went down with Ikuma when I was up on the roof earlier. You've been alive for 800 years, right? And it sounded like your lifespan must be coming to an end pretty soon? Is that for real? Sorry? I didn't know how to tell you. That's true. Yeah, I don't remember anything from that far back, but I've always known how long I had left. Seriously? Then how long? I think tomorrow might be my last day. Tomorrow? Yeah. Tomorrow night. This body of mine will fade away like a spray of sea foam. Why didn't you say something? There's so little time left. Isn't there anything we could do to delay it? Come on, please tell me there's some way to change this. Oh, we haven't unlocked that yet. Alright. I wish I could say otherwise, but there's nothing more we can do. I don't want to say goodbye. Please don't leave us, Sato. Sato, Tsukasa. Please, there's no need for tears, Tsukasa. The truth is, I'm content with this. You are? I am. 400 years ago, I became a sacrifice to protect everyone from the curse. And now not only is the curse of the Raging Waves broken, but so many other problems have been resolved as well. Like with the mermaids and Tomoshige. After all this time, everything is finally settled. Kamishima is finally safe. It's a happy ending. Thanks to you guys, I fulfilled the purpose of this long life I was cursed with. Actually meant something, and for that I can't thank you enough. Stop it, Sato, that's not true! Huh? All that stuff it's just stuff you got mixed up in! You never asked for any of it! So don't say you fulfilled your purpose. This isn't a happy ending at all. You shouldn't have had to go through any of those things. None of it was your responsibility. Sato, from the moment you were made an 800-year immortal, you've just been used. She's right, Sato. You deserve a life way better than that. If all you've done is get dragged into Tomoshige's schemes time and time again, that's just too sad.
Look, be honest with yourself. Are you really content about your happiness, Sato? My happiness? Being forced to live for centuries. That can't be how you wanted things to end. You haven't even had a chance to do anything for yourself. You don't even get to live happily, at least for a little while, after all you've been through. It's so unfair, I couldn't stand it. Thank you, Tsukasa. You're the best friend I could ask for. When I said I was content, I meant it. I really am. I was never supposed to live in this modern age. When I gave my life to end the curse, I thought that would be it. It wasn't. I got to experience a time unlike anything I'd ever known, and meet so many people. Every day, it has been a whirlwind of activity. Above all, I've made some really good friends who care for me so much they'll even cry for me. I had so much fun these past few months. I can't even begin to describe it. It's a miracle. I've been happier than I ever thought possible. One day of being fulfilled is more than the rest of us get. I mean, it wasn't just one day, it was just three months. But you know, 800 years. Could be, it's basically equivalent of a day, right? So I have no regrets. Seriously.
Sato, sorry, I feel so powerless. I just wish I could do something for you.
Got to watch so much TV. Me too, Sato. Me too. I'm sorry, Sato. If I'd only known. I've been so wrapped up in my own problems. Oh. You know, I've always been the one left behind. I've never had anyone to grieve for me. Turns out this is a pretty nice feeling. Girl, is this the time? Okay, being the center of attention suits me just fine. Don't hold back now.
Hey, Sato, only you could say something like that at a time like this. Sato,
Yes?
I'm so sorry. Seriously, I feel so bad. I wish I could just...
Yuza. Oh, I didn't know you were such a crybaby, Yuza. Come on, can't you be your usual goofy self? I could really use a laugh. You guys feel that bad, huh? And I guess you'll just have to make it up to me. For starters, you better keep our promise to hang out tomorrow. And I expect you to enjoy every last second to the fullest. Do that and I guess I'll forgive you.
Sato.
You're leaving the island tomorrow anyway, right, Tsukasa? Yeah, probably. And no more tears. We'd have just one more day of fun. Spend one more day together, like we always have. Nothing would make me happier. Sounds to me like you're letting us off easy. So you think, but I'm counting on you to help me override all the bad memories with a bunch of happy ones. It'll be a busy day. Sato? Right. Then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, you can count on us. Dozens of happy memories coming right up. Hey, just quit moping already. That was your cue. There was ever a time for any one of your oddball jokes, it's right now. I know.
That night, we stayed out in the bay, talking and swapping stories until the sun came up. There was a rule. You had to answer any question Sato asked us honestly, without hiding anything. Which meant the gasps and chuckles that inevitably followed each new reveal. We chatted for hours without running out of things to share. We talked about the past, future, our dreams, everything in our hearts. Throughout it all, Sato couldn't stop smiling. As for me, I was determined to etch every detail of Sato Shiranami into my memory. Every word and gesture, every expression on her face. Hold on to her for 800 years. Alright, so there's another ending. I think there's more though, right? We still have the recollection to do. And we need to see a couple of other things, I think. Because we did have that missing option just now. I think we could skip this, because we'll be seeing this more of this in a little bit, probably. And then the night after our meeting, Sato took a boat and went out into the bay alone, saying that she didn't want any of us to see her disappear. That was the last we saw of her before she abandoned her transient form to the gentle waves and left this world behind. We're good. However, before she departed, she told us her final wish. And I vowed to carry it in my heart throughout the centuries that lay ahead as my own personal curse. Impossible to dispel. It was a simple wish, in Sato's own words. Remember me until your last breath. Ending 5, Sato Shiranami's curse. Aww. Alright, let's figure out what we can do to perhaps change this ending. Oh, we got a little visit from our dude here. You've done well to make it this far. I applaud your efforts. Here runs the tale that has been painstakingly woven over the past 800 years on Kamishima of Ise Bay. Thanks to you, peace has descended upon the island once more. For that, you have my sincerest gratitude. While a few sacrifices may have been made along the way, we must content ourselves with the fact that they were within permissible limits. Now, while our story does end here, if its conclusion does not sit quite right with you, you may wish to explore possibilities that would result in a different outcome. You know, on the other hand, I could simply tell you what the missing pieces are if you prefer. No thanks. We'll find out a little bit. I have a feeling you might say that. My apologies for making such an undignified proposal. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. I shall take my leave of you now until we next meet. Alright. The story chart still has some places to visit. So, let's see. Why is this still here? Why stand up with... Okay. So, let's get attacked by Kikuko. It was hidden on the hand mirror all along. Hello? Oh. Wait. Oh, we need to go back. I need to actually go back further. I need to actually make it so that we don't throw away the business card. Alright. So we saw this before. This is a long conversation. Oh my gosh, she gets the innocent eyes sometimes. Yeah, we were set earlier after we found out that yeah, okay, business card. Then we turn her into a fish. Alright. And then they have this conversation, and then at the very end they see these two. Alright. So, could anything possibly have changed here? This is interesting. Like, what's going on here? All right. So if I do resume, it should say now that she's currently, yeah, she's been killed. All right. Does anything happen if we do this? Because this is where these two meet with them. Does this conversation change at all? Okay, so this is the same as before. Can I change the settings so that it only skips stuff I haven't seen? I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't make it change to only stuff that I've already seen. Sag. Alright. Same as before. Let's see. So far, nothing's changed. It hasn't really come up that, yeah. Alright. You gonna bring up that, how about the other one? How about the other use of the curse stone? Is that not gonna come up? Resentful memories. Alright, this is the same as before. Are they not going to talk about the curse stone she has? Okay. Got mermaids. I guess I'll just answer correctly. Damn it! What about her curse stone? There we go. How did you get it?
I'm afraid she managed to step away after we took her curse stone. I imagine she's fled the island by this point.
I see. I suppose she won't be able to get up to any mischief without the curse stone, at least. So who exactly was this would-be mass murderer? And what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikugo Tsutsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. I think we've seen this. Yeah, alright, we've seen that. Alright, I don't think anything's changed. Yeah, this is the same as before. Like we're starting every time it switches back. Alright, so that didn't really change anything. I guess let's do the recollection. About 2 months after waking up on Kamishima and being taken in, Sato Shiranami goes to the roof of the contact show ruins for some time alone. Is this just after this? Months have passed since I 2 months have passed since I washed up on this island. 400 years elapsed while I was locked away under the sea, but I've managed to adjust to modern life somehow. Although sometimes I wonder why I bothered. Birds? Any birds in chat? Birds, 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 birds. Birds, 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 birds. Birds, birds. No birds. I can hear birds. It's so quiet on the roof of the Kentucky show. I'm alone, but for the wind rustling in the trees, the distant roar of the tide. It just feels so good to have this view all to myself. To just let the soft sea breeze carry me away. I do miss TV, though. It's the perfect spot for someone who wants as little to do with others as possible. But yesterday, someone came up here and ruined everything. Yeah, why are you ruining things? Huh, Yuza? Ruining things for Sato. I was a little worried at first, but I've adapted pretty smoothly to modern civilization. The fact that I only have vague memories of my life from 400 years ago probably helped a bit. I still don't really understand how ships and cars move by themselves, or how electrical appliances and lights and things work. Don't worry, a lot of people don't. But it's not really an issue, to be honest. I don't know how to use them, or I know how to use them, and that's what counts. Most people who were born in the modern era could tell you that fridges keep stuff cold, but not exactly how they do it. It's actually pretty easy to get by if you can just accept that not knowing everything in detail is normal. Besides, it doesn't seem like life has changed that much for the fishermen who live on this remote island. Apparently the big cities have greatly evolved with water and sewage systems as well as subways. Waking up there would have been a lot more confusing. I really do love being alone. It's so calming. I have a good reason to isolate myself on this island. Soon my life will be over. Probably have less than a month left. Whoever sealed me away seems to have had some kindness in them at least. They allowed me to spend my last moments as myself, alive. I can hardly feel grateful. How much living can you really do in a few months, a few weeks? That girl Tsukasa Awa is always hanging around me. But I try to keep my feelings in check and act as cold as possible. Getting too close will only make it harder when it all has to end. I'd like to joke and laugh with them, spending time talking about our favorite TV series and stuff like that. Especially with Tsukasa, the way she reacts to everything is so funny. It's really hard not to laugh and play along. I have to try so hard to keep my feelings under control. Cheerful conversations will only become painful memories for her later. And since running out into the woods and living alone isn't appealing, I just have to play my role as the unfriendly loner until time comes for me to disappear. Just one more month. One more month of coasting along without making waves. She's not even gonna jump into the ocean so she won't make any waves. Watching TV every day, learning more and more about the modern world. There's so much fun to be had. Pretending otherwise actually hurts. Humanity has prospered. In the past, the common folk were preoccupied with surviving each day. Now almost anyone can eat delicious food and sleep in a warm bed without having to toil day and night. People have time, freedom, and entertainment. It's wonderful. I wish I had time to enjoy it all. On an airplane, maybe even fly to Tokyo. There's not much chance of that. I think you could just take the subway to Tokyo, not the subway, but like the... Did they invent the Shinkansen yet? Maybe they hadn't. There's not much time of that. Not much chance of that. Not with the time I have left. Still, I really wish I could try one of those game consoles that you can hook up to the TV. Talking about video games now. You can play different games by switching cartridges according to what they say on TV. She would 100% be a gamer. No, Sato! Those consoles are so popular, it's hard to even find one. Not that I'm in a position to make demands, of course. All I can do is look at the pictures in the magazines and dream about them. About a game console, I bet I'd play it all day. She's so #relatable. Anyway, there's no point in wishing for too much. I'm just grateful to be able to spend my days this way. It's all thanks to Wakamura. Please just let me watch TV for my last remaining month. That's not too much to ask, is it? Anyway, I shouldn't let my guard down. Got to keep myself in line. No extravagances. I just got to gently drift along and not rock the boat. At least that was the plan, and yet... Speaking to him yesterday, I got completely carried away. I'm still mad about it. Mad at myself about it. Next time, I'll be more careful. Cool as a cucumber. Wait. Next time? Oh no. Oh well. Yuza Minakuchi. Something about him makes me lose my cool completely. Probably shocked of finding out he's immortal too. Yeah, that must be it. Maybe being immortal puts us on a different wavelength from other people. That could be why I'm drawn to him. He seems quite young. He can't have been immortal long. I think mermaids are still around even now. Wait a moment. I wonder if he knows I'm an 800-year-old mortal too? I hope not. If he does, it puts my peaceful life at risk. I better make sure he knows to keep his mouth shut. I have to talk to Yuza Minakuchi again. Finding him is sure gonna be a hassle. Girl, please. No, he's right here. I wish he'd wipe that look off his face as if he's different. I bet he's secretly proud of himself for being the one to startle me this time. You came back. So you're here too, huh? Did I startle you? Not one bit. Startle me? Not one bit. It'd take more than sneaking up behind me to give me a scare. At least I was honest yesterday. You definitely jumped. Just admit it. No way! I knew you were there the whole time. Never mind that now. There's something I wanted to ask you. There's something I need to tell you too, but you go first. I was thinking about what you said yesterday about that pretty rough thing, and it occurred to me. Could you by any chance be an immortal girl? Oh, I didn't know it was that obvious. I knew it! Something about you was just different. Now I'm an immortal boy, and you're an immortal girl, huh? Don't put it like that. Well, why not? That's just what we look. That's what we look like, and it sounds better than people who became immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Besides, going by our actual ages or something would just get confusing. Yes, that makes sense. Right? You might as well call yourself that too. Alright, I will. Anyway, as it turns out, I wanted to talk about the same thing. You knew you were immortal, didn't you? Yep, I found out just recently, in fact. Got swept out to sea and survived against all odds. That's when I remembered being saved by a mermaid 5 years ago, and it all starts to make sense. Wait, saved? By a mermaid? From what? Well, I had no idea. I hadn't even heard an incident like that occurred 5 years ago. And in the sea just south of Kamishima too? No one really talks about it anymore. So a mermaid saved you, and made you an immortal boy. That's right. That's my best guess, anyway. Not that I understand why a mermaid would go out of her way to rescue me. Anyway, I'm just happy I can finally talk to someone about this. There's still so much I don't understand. Since we're here, do you mind if I ask you some questions? That's fine, but I do need you to promise one thing. Never tell anyone about me being an immortal girl? Easy, I'd prefer if people didn't know about me either. Good. I'd have to kill you otherwise, so thanks for sparing me the trouble. Girl. You know, you're a lot tougher than I thought you'd be. Anyway, done. I swear on my life. Or lives. Oh, look at you making immortal jokes. You modern kids sure are something else. Honestly, it just came out. She's old enough to be your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great grandmother, you know? This might be easier than I thought. I just need to keep my guard up. Wonder what he wants to ask me. I don't remember much about the past, so I'm not sure what I can tell him. He's been immortal for 5 years, so he's not gonna get any taller. Another 795 years as a teenager sounds pretty rough. 795 years as essentially a 13-year-old, even. Unless he's, I guess he kind of just aged still. Let's ignore the fact that he kind of just aged to at least not be 13. Unless he's 13. He looks like he could be 13, I guess. Costa told me that he tends to play the fool, and that he's kind of hard to read. She was right. He's not a bad kid, though, I think. It's so quiet on the roof of the Kentucky show. I'm alone, but okay. No, you're not alone. You're not alone right now. Oh, throne has been claimed by fire. The Daily Door has been redeemed as well. So, what did you want to ask me? Alright, how long does this immortal thing last? Is it really forever? 800 years. No more, no less. Oh, 800 years. That's a really solid number. Precisely. Good luck for the next 795. Now, why would you do this?
Can't believe you've done this.
What am I? Some fine wine? I need more than luck. That's 8 whole centuries we're talking about. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like I said, I could tell you had a long time left. Huh. Being immortal for so long must give you an amazing intuition. Oh, and just checking, but is there any way to undo our immortality? No, there isn't. You're not human anymore, and there's no way to become human again now that your human body is long gone.
I knew it. By the way, how long have you been alive?
This is my 800th year. I only have a month left.
What, really?
It's a long story, but I've kind of been out of the game for the past 400 years. Now my life is almost over. 400 years is a long, long time.
Only 1 month. You're way older than I imagined. So, is there anything I need to be careful of?
What do you mean?
Well, seeing as I'm stuck in this immortal body, is there anything I should avoid?
Oh, right. If you fall into a deep fissure or a pit of lava, you'll keep dying over and over, so don't do that.
Oh, yikes, that sounds terrifying. Avoid lava, got it.
That's about it. I don't actually remember all that much.
Oh, I guess that's how it is.
These two are so funny. They're so nonchalant. Oh, you're immortal too? Ah, and it'll get messy if people find out, so try to keep a low profile. You'll probably have to find somewhere new to live every few decades. That'll help you avoid suspicion.
Living in the same place for too long is dangerous, huh?
Oh, but it won't be easy living anonymously with the family registry system. You used to be able to just show up in a new place and start making a living. People did that all the time, but nowadays...
Yeah, I bet it's way more difficult to move around than it used to be.
Sounds real rough. Good luck with that.
Right, thanks.
Girl immediately forgot that she was supposed to be trying to be a loner. Oh, they kept meeting up. Oh, that's cute. Not again. Are you gonna come here every day?
It's not like I have anything better to do.
Yeah, me neither.
You know, you're the one who started showing up in my favorite place.
I like it too. I've just as much a right to be here as you do. Besides, it's such a nice spot. Try E.
I get that.
You said before that you'd come here to think. What do you think about?
Stuff like what sort of work I could do.
Oh, are you unemployed?
Obviously, someone with a job wouldn't spend their morning staring at the sea.
Not everyone's lucky enough to have a cushy life, eating free food and watching TV all day.
Listen, can we cut this out? It seems utterly pointless to knock each other down every 5 seconds.
Yeah, guess we can call it a truce.
You think about really old girls. 800-year-old girls. Hey.
Huh?
Is living for so long hard?
That's definitely not a stable life. It can be really hard at times. But that's true whether you're immortal or not, isn't it? At least you don't have to worry about starving to death anymore. Even if you get sick or injured, dying will fix it. I've never actually struggled that much because of my immortality, to be honest.
Oh, is it really that easy? I mean, what if you really want to die and you just can't?
Do you want to die?
Well, not now, but maybe if I live long enough, I'll change my mind.
Oh. When you said you got swept out to sea before, was that because you... Damn, I thought you were a super chill boy, but I guess you're a sensitive boy too.
Seems that way. I was just as surprised as you to find that out.
Come on then, what happened? Talk to your elder immortal.
These two are so silly. They're talking about fucking this dude trying to commit suicide and failing because he's immortal.
And they're just like... Jeez. So they blamed your mother for the disaster 5 years ago and even shunned you because of it? Guess you mustn't have been keen to come back here then.
Didn't want my Cran or Azami to have to worry about me. It was a moment of weakness that pulled me back here, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Guess you didn't understand.
Regardless, I need to live as quietly as possible and stay out of everyone's way now.
And that's why you come up here to be alone, huh? Well, I know how you feel. It's the same for me.
The day after, they just keep meeting. Wait, so you were sealed in an underwater cave for 400 years?
Yeah, there was a reason for it, to keep something from happening, but I don't remember what it was. But I'm awake now, so that must mean it's okay, whatever it was.
Same clothes. Listen, they don't have a mall here, okay? Jeez, that must have been terrible.
Be noble of me, wouldn't you say? If you wanted to worship me, I wouldn't say no. So, this Asami Kunmoi guy looks out for you, huh?
Yeah, he's a really good guy. Too good for me, definitely. Honestly, I don't think I could survive on this island without his help.
And yet you haven't told him you're immortal.
No, I doubt he'd believe me. Besides, if he started avoiding me or something, I'd have nothing left. I don't think I could keep going.
Yeah. Not that you can die.
True. Several days later. Oh, I see. You've been acting cold because you don't have much time left, huh? I understand. Saying goodbye to people you care about isn't easy.
Yeah, exactly.
When you live as long as we do, you have to say goodbye to so many people.
Oh, and when you live as long as we do, you have to say goodbye to so many people.
Come to think of it, being immortal sounds pretty rough.
It does. Well, it does mean saying goodbye a lot. You can see why some people see immortality as a kind of punishment, or hell itself. There have been immortals who become so overcome with despair that they turned their backs on the world and devoted themselves to religion. Like Yao Bikini. That's where that story comes from.
Oh, like Yao Bikini. That's where that story comes from.
But you know, as far as I can remember, I've never felt this existence was hell.
Really?
Yep. For those 400 years before I was sealed away, I just lived out my life. If you ask me, not everyone's cut out to be immortal. It's like anything else, really. Some people have what it takes. Others don't. She's like, all those other people are too whitey piss babies to be immortal.
So what, you're just a natural immortal?
Yep, it's like I was born for it.
I see, so there really is something for everyone. I guess emotionally, maturing to match the fact that you're 817. Oh god, he's calling her out. Oh god. But I guess emotionally maturing to match the fact that you're 817 years old wasn't for you, right? Wasn't for you, though?
You noticed? I'm self-conscious about that.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, it takes talent to live for centuries without seeming to age a day.
True. I wish I had that talent, too. I'm jealous. Hope I'll be able to look at it the same way.
Are you scared?
Huh?
Are you scared of being alone for the next 800 years?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. It's also just hard to imagine myself living in the future.
Makes sense. I probably would have been scared too if I'd known from the start that I had 8 whole centuries ahead of me.
You're scared of lava now?
But I reckon you'll be okay. You might even surprise yourself.
You think so?
Yeah, you're a lot like me in some ways. They even make the same pose sometimes. So I think you might just be cut out for this immortal life.
Huh. You like? I hadn't noticed.
Sure we are. Like how you start playing the fool when you're embarrassed.
You got me there.
See? And remember when we first met? We started talking like we were old friends right off the bat.
True, I remember thinking it funny how I didn't feel awkward at all.
I rest my case. If you got the knack for it, another 795 years will feel like nothing. Blink and you'll miss it.
Like nothing? I don't know if I wanted to go by that fast.
Exactly. In the end, you might not even feel like it was enough. Maybe your last words will be, I know I've lived 800 years, but come on, give me a few centuries. A few more centuries. I get it now. Huh?
You really are good at being immortal. So good you still don't want to die.
Huh?
You've only got 1 month left before your lifespan ends. You must be scared too. You've never despaired once at being immortal until now.
You're not wrong there. I mean, I lost 400 years. So I'm not nearly done with life yet. I want to keep living more than anything. Of course I'm scared.
I can understand that. It's not like you're on your deathbed and been given 1 month left to live. You're as healthy as can be. So maybe it's time you stopped worrying.
What do you mean?
Since you don't have long left, why not spend the rest of your lifespan having fun? Live it out to the fullest. If you do the best you can with the time you have left, you might even feel satisfied with the life you led in the end.
Wow, I don't know why I didn't think of that. But if I get close to anyone, it'll only hurt it'll only hurt them when I die.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just let them warm you. You've had to do that plenty of times, right?
I guess I could be forgiven for being a little selfish in my old age.
Exactly. If it helps, consider yourself forgiven.
Time to eat another immortal's 800 years? Does that mean you'll mourn when I disappear?
Of course I will. From the bottom of my heart.
Really now? That might just make me happy.
Good. Then here's the plan. You're gonna have as much fun as possible starting tomorrow. Tsukasa's coming back for the holidays too, by the way. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to hang out with you. She wanted to be your friend, you know.
Ooh, I'm liking the sound of this more and more. I wanted to be her friend too. Guess this is my chance to take her around the island? Oh, but while I'm at it...
Yeah?
You said your grandmother Tsuyu needed someone to talk to, right?
Yeah? It's just, we don't have much to talk about. She's always going on about what's on TV, and I can't keep up.
Haha, leave the TV talk to me. And I'd be happy to look after her while you're out working as well.
You sure? That'd be a huge help, but...
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. She seems like an interesting person to talk to. I'd love to spend some more time with her. Plus, we're closer in age.
She's definitely something. You can't let her guard down around her, that's for sure. She's pretty stubborn. Not to mention, if she doesn't like something, she's not afraid to say it.
I'll bear that in mind. You know what? I'm actually pretty excited for tomorrow now.
I'm glad.
What you think, Sato? Hey, Yuza.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
I know we initially came here because we wanted to be alone, but from now on, can we come here when we don't want to be alone instead?
Sato. Of course we can. I'll wait for you here every day.
Cute. After that, I decided to stop pulling back and reach out to everyone around me. And you know what? They responded. They've started interacting with me in just the same way. And so I've decided to spend my last few days having as much fun as possible. So much fun that I won't have time to fear the end. Of course, no one but Yuza and I know about my immortality, or what little remains of it. But these past few days have been so much fun. There are points where I can't even tell if I'm dreaming or if this is my new reality. And most importantly, Yuza's life and mine have continued to intertwine as we meet at our usual spot day after day. We get along so well, being together feels like the most natural thing on earth. And it didn't take long for us both to notice how comfortable we are around each other. Then they started dating. Before we knew it, we were being drawn together with increasing intensity, like stars meeting in orbit.
Orihime and Hikoboshi time?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
The night. Yuzumi Minoguchi meets Sato Shinami and fellow mortal in secret over the past month and grows closer. A decisive night befalls them. don't have much time. Honestly, we really should have made up our minds long ago. There's still a chance. I refuse to give up until it's all over. When we were here yesterday, she told me how she felt. She said she loved me, that if we were somehow possible, she'd be with me forever. It must have taken some real courage. I actually feel kind of bad for making her say it. Because I feel exactly the same way. Even though we've known each other for less than a month, I can't deny these feelings. I feel the same way, but I didn't have her courage. Either way, one of us only has a few days left to live. The other, 795 years. Telling her how I felt would mean nothing. Worse, it would make parting that much harder. I thought I could bury my feelings somewhere they would never emerge from. For her part, I suppose she wanted to move on without leaving anything unsaid, with no regrets, even if nothing came of it. She knew it was futile, but she said it anyway. And yet, once I let those feelings out, feelings that should have never been revealed, there was no controlling them anymore. My desire to spend the rest of my life with her burned like a searing flame in my chest. We contemplated possible ways for us to remain together, and the answer came to us surprisingly fast, an answer that we shouldn't have even considered. There was no time to concern ourselves with the right or wrong of it. We didn't even hesitate. Our only option was available to us, and we intended to take it. There was hardly enough time to see it through. That's right, the answer is banana! Well, even if we had a little longer, the odds of our plan succeeding were just dismally low. It was nothing more than our final vain act of rebellion. Sato sits quietly, watching the ebb and flow of the tide. I wonder what she's thinking about. Is she carefully contemplating what comes next? This cool night sky is teeming with stars. The wind gently brushes the trees as ocean waves echo in the distance. Looking over the sea puts my mind at ease. Birds? Any birds? Got any birds in here? Sato, have you seen any birds? Any more thinking? Any more thoughts? Hell, even if we had longer, the odds of her playing. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about how we first met. A month ago? Yeah. Back then, you said you wouldn't bother me. You peeked over at me like 5 times, didn't you? I thought I was being sneaky. You even counted the number of times. But if you were counting, I guess you must have been watching me too, right? I didn't realize I was giving myself away. But you're right, I was looking at you. Ah, so that's why you crept up behind me to scare me, huh? I wasn't trying to scare you. I just wanted to see your surprised face. So you were trying to scare me. Well, honestly, you got me good. You definitely got me back the next day. I love that memory. With a memory like that, there's nothing else I need. I have no regrets. Well, you can't be all fulfilled and complete already. We're only just getting started. Right. Only getting started. Can't believe she was thinking about that day at a time like this. That carefree side of her is so dang adorable, though. Can't be upset with her. My heart won't stop racing. Never felt this way before. At first, I thought it was simply because we were both immortal, that our closeness was a feeling of kinship. But it's more than that. I've never gotten along with someone so well, especially someone who's lived such a different life from my own. It feels like I've found a missing piece of myself. My heart is whole when I'm with her. Our very souls are in harmony. Well, that might be pushing it a bit. Even Gran saw how compatible we are and urged me to get married already. That was too embarrassing for me to tell Sato about, though. There's no way I can lose her. Can't even conceive of life without her. Even with 800 years of life ahead of me, I'll never meet anyone remotely as amazing as her. If there was some way to use my immortality to stay with her, I'd do it in an instant. Whatever form I would have to take, I wouldn't complain. I'd sell my soul to the devil if it would get me what I desired. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through no matter what. Alright, so what's the plan, though? Alright, this side of it. Now, this is Sato's side. To have peaked so young. summer breeze feels perfect, and the clear sky is sparkling with stars. Nothing relaxes me more than the whisper of the tide and the breeze in the trees. I'm so happy. I only have 2 days left. Finding hope at a time like this feels like a miracle. I'd all but given up. I never thought I'd get a second chance. When we were here yesterday, I told Yuza how I felt. I told him I loved him, that if it were somehow possible, I'd stay by his side forever. I'd planned on taking those feelings to the grave. Then it hit me. There wouldn't even be a grave for me. Maybe that's why I blurted it out. I was prepared for it to go badly, but he accepted my feelings. Still, I only have 2 days left. It can't be any easier on him than it is me. After all, sharing our feelings changes nothing. It'll only make it harder to say goodbye. Yuza confessed that he had been suppressing his feelings for the same reason. Hearing that made me wish I hadn't said it first. I can't help feeling I'd lost somehow. But looking back, the moment was the only time I could have said it, so I'm glad I did. However, now that it's all out in the open, I thought we'd feel a sense of peace. We don't. Far from it. We're not like a pair of tragic lovers in a story bound to die beautifully together or anything like that. I mean, if we could die together, there'd be nothing to agonize over in the first place. So we started thinking of ways we could be together. The answer came to us surprisingly fast, but it was an answer that could be described as taboo. Yuza asked me if I was sure I wanted to go through with it, but honestly, I didn't need to think twice. If that's what it takes, then so be it. All I want to do is be with him. We're running out of time. Although, even if we had more time, the odds of our plan succeeding are almost zero anyway. Part of me wishes we'd made this plan much earlier. And maybe I needed this time for my feelings to reach their peak. Maybe this is just how it had to be. Better to think we made it just in time. I'll keep fighting this fate until the very end. So he's just gonna get a hold of mermaid flesh somehow. Because she has the box, so he needs to get the mermaid flesh. Yuza's silently gazing out at the dark sea. I wonder what he's thinking about. I suppose he's seriously considering what lies ahead of us. That's why he's looking for the mermaid! That's why he was looking for the mermaid this whole time at the beginning of the game. Part of me wishes we'd made this plan much earlier, but I needed this time for my feelings to reach their peak. Maybe this is how it had to be. Better to think we made it just in time. I'll keep fighting this fate until the very end. What are you thinking about? Hello, Tapper. How's it going? Welcome back in. Oh, just our height difference. Oh, my height's been bugging you? Well, you know, we're gonna be like this forever. Don't worry! Even with 15 centimeters between us, you look great, Yuza! Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better. Hey, it's not your fault you were only in middle school when you became immortal. Nothing you can do now, you'll just have to live with it. And if it had happened just 1 or 2 years later, I'd be at least 5 centimeters taller. Wait, even then I'd still be 10 centimeters shorter than you! Wow, that's crazy. Sorry for being crazy tall. It's fine, I don't care if you're 15 centimeters between us. If there's 15 centimeters between us, you're still my adorable Sato. Thanks, but that doesn't really make me feel better. Still, you must have stood out a lot back in your time, huh? Yeah, I was taller than most adult men back then. From what I can remember, I think everyone found me a bit creepy. Sorry to hear that. It's not like you could help it. Well, they treated me like some kind of monster because of it. Most people straight up avoided me. That's awful. On the other hand, I do remember at least one person back then who kept trying to boo me. Who was that? Sounds like someone's jealous. Hey, I ain't the kind of guy who's obsessed over his girlfriend's past. What's done is done. Nice line. I bet you've been wanting to say that one for ages. Still, I mean, you've been alive for so long, there's way too much history to worry about. Fair point. Honestly, I barely remember him myself. Although I don't think I liked him all that much. He was just somebody important I couldn't say no to or something like that. Really? That's good to hear. At least as far as I can remember. Anyway, I thought you didn't care. Oh, well, I guess you having so much more experience under your belt makes me feel a bit out of your league. I see. Well, I'm the one who confessed to you, so I guess we'll call it even for now? That's Right, that works for me. Not sure what's even exactly, but I'll take it. It's going. Making significant progress with updating 2 entries in your Mega Man X collection. Improvement fan mod for X5, and you have an undubbed retranslation patch for X4. You don't want the X4 dub? I would have assumed you'd be thinking about tomorrow's plan. I never imagined you might be thinking about what comes after that. You're so sure we're going to succeed. Knowing that makes me feel so much more confident. His easygoing attitude is actually reassuring right now. I'm so glad he's here with me. My heart won't stop racing. I've never felt this way before. I don't think I could feel something new after living for 800 years. The fact that he's an 800-year immortal too probably has something to do with it. With him I feel safe. There's nothing I'd be afraid to tell him. But that's not all there is to it. There's some people you could know for decades and still not fall in love with them. And then there are those who you can't live without barely a second after you've met. Even a bond that's lasted centuries can fall apart in a single day. Love isn't measured by time. Maybe it's too much to say we're soulmates, but that's how it feels to me. Even Sue has been saying we should get married because we're clearly made for each other. Not that I've told Yuza that. That'd be way too embarrassing. You two are way too similar to each other. I don't want to say goodbye to Yuza. No more Alia charming in. Or Alia. Was it his name? Alia? Yeah. Every few feet in a stage, she's best girl, all the operator gals are, but I would like to play the game. They had modern game design, predicted way back in, was it 1990? When did X4 come out? It had to have been like 1998 or something, right? Because it was on the Sega Saturn. 95? Wait, was it on the Sega Saturn? No, Mega Man 8 was on Sega Saturn. X4 was on PlayStation. Feels like I've waited 800 years for him, and now a lot of things might be destroyed tomorrow. Everything the Islanders have been protecting, heck, even some relationships may crumble. We're still gonna do it. We've made up our minds. We'll see our final wish through no matter what. Well, there's no way they planned the massacre stuff. Like, how would you even start that? So clearly, they had a plan. But it was something else. My apologies for the interruption. I simply wish to confirm your understanding of a certain point. Yuza Minakuchi and Sato Shiranami attempted in vain to hide their feelings for one another, and now they're hatching a plan. Consider how much you've remembered already. You're remembered already. I'm certain you'll recall this fact as well. So let me ask you. What can be done to intertwine two lives that were never meant to stay together? Eh? Must once again be shaved bald. Be made immortal. Sato Shiranami must once again be made immortal, you say? That is correct, and you chose the right answer on your very first attempt. Well done indeed! Indeed, as there is no way to undo the curse of an 800-year immortal. The only way for them to remain together would be to somehow obtain the flesh of a mermaid. They believed they had no choice but to make Sato Shiranami live for another 800 years. As such, the plan they hatched was to obtain a second helping of immortality. A truly radical concept. Such a method goes against the very laws of nature, but it is not my place to judge. Please enjoy the continuation of their story. Okay, but how is the question? I told Azami about our plan to find a mermaid and he agreed to help. We'll go diving tomorrow and hopefully find a clue. Sorry, can't be any more help. I just can't remember anything else. But I'm sure there was a mermaid on Taishima. Don't worry about it. At least now we know where to start the search. It only seems like my mom had some connections with the mermaids though, huh? Definitely. So you showed me that scale and it really looks like it came from a mermaid. How strange would it be if it turned out your mom was actually a mermaid all along? Yeah, but even I think that's a bit of a leap. If I started diving in the Southern Sea, people are bound to start talking about my mom again, which will give us a chance to hear more details that we might not be aware of. That's the hope anyway. Tried to keep my head down as much as I could until now, but I can't stand idly by anymore. Lately, there have been talk about around the island of ominous signs. Maybe that'll work in our favor?
I mean, people talking about the storm coming?
Yeah, that could push the need. That could be just the push we need. Virgil's coming. He's the storm that is approaching. Also, about the people you said you met today. Yumiko Shiki from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, was it? She definitely seems like she knows something. Yeah, there was something suspicious about her. I think she didn't pay much attention to me because she knows I don't have much longer to live. But apparently she has the power to detect immortals, and when she finds them, she locks them up somewhere. They've been watching me too, so they might already have their suspicions. I'll be careful. It's pretty wild to think we're being hunted by government authorities, though. Guess people like us really can't be allowed to exist. I don't think they'd be too happy about us searching for mermaid flesh either. Great if we could somehow get some information out of them. That might be difficult. We don't even know if they'll be coming back to Kamishima tomorrow. True, I guess we could always go to the mainland. Yuza? Yeah? Do we really have to be so secretive about it? Couldn't we just tell Tsukasa and Izami everything and ask them to help us? It's not that I don't trust them, because I do. It's just that the more people there are that know a secret, the more likely it is to come out. People find out there was a way to become immortal, it would cause an uproar. Even the police would be after us then. Heck, every person who wants to live forever would be looking for us. Can't force Izami and Tsukasa to get caught up in all that. You're right. If anyone's gonna get locked up, it should just be us. Exactly. That's why we should keep our mermaid search as quiet as possible. Besides, if we told anyone else, it'd be harder to keep the fact that you're an immortal girl hidden. But won't it all come out when the people come around asking questions? Or police come around asking questions? I mean, I guess I can just play dumb and pretend I don't know anything until they come up with some solid evidence. We probably shouldn't let people know about us either. It'd just make it harder for us to continue our search. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's try and stay apart as much as possible from tomorrow, just to be safe. As of now, I doubt anyone knows about our relationship. Yeah, I'm sure no one has caught on yet. Let's avoid any unnecessary contact while we each continue searching for mermaid flesh on our own. We've set specific times to meet up and share information, but we'll have to make sure no one sees us together. Right. I'll avoid interacting with you in public. But if we need to contact each other in case of an emergency, we can leave some kind of a signal at a place we often walk by. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I know. I'll leave this Kameshimaru keychain in front of the town clock. If you see it there, do you think you'd come to the roof of the Kanteki show? That's the one I gave you. Okay, Kameshimaru can be our go-between. Well, I guess that gives us 2 days to find what we need. I know it'll take a miracle, but we can't give up. Right. Alright, so, she found it while she was talking to folks. This is where it just kind of ends for some reason. So, are we gonna take it? I don't think we have all the information here yet. Timeline splits. There's also this. What am I missing? Alright, we need the box. We don't need to change anything here because we need the box. Is there anything we can do here? not seeing any question marks or anything. Fish. He doesn't have the mirror right now, so I guess he just dies. He dive failed. What do I do? Some of these are wispier than others, and I don't know what that means. I think that means it's a recollection? Yeah, okay. Start from diving, maybe? Is there anything I can do here? Can we find mermaid flesh somewhere? Mermaid flesh anywhere? Where beeth thou, mermaid flesh? Where are you? Oh, it's just an abalone. How did he get back up? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything to do but go down here, so... Alright, so it didn't make us keep going through here manually. So is there a way to find a mermaid down here? Other than, you know, the one that's already here? Have I been here before? Am I just imagining things? This place feels vaguely familiar. Have I been here before? There's a tunnel here. Is this the right way? Alright. We're back in here now. Was there anything else? This is really weird because you can go click left and right here, but there's nothing here to examine. And you can just go backwards as well. Invade Ryugu. It's over here. Turn back. What happens if we turn back? Let's see. I mean, I don't think there's anything else that we can do. I don't think this, yeah, I don't think there's any other option. Alright, let's see what happens if we go here again. I don't feel like we have... Start from Bay. Alright. Do we have this option yet? We don't have it yet. How do we get it? How do we unlock it? Like, these are all grayed out, so I don't know how... Like, how important this is. Yumiko conversation. Sasha, is something wrong? Yeah, is this... Why did that not unlock a conversation? Alright, she said she was gonna look for him. Okay. I met with Yuza and told him what I'd heard from Tsuyu. That we need to come to the community hall to lift the curse of the raging waves. Okay, well, okay, so she did beat him like that, as expected. I don't understand. What is she doing? Okay, let's go Lighthouse first this time. I want to meet one. I don't know if this is anything important. Alright, so in this example, she did not get the Tamate Bako. Is that good or bad? No, we want the Tamate Bako. And they just gave it. Well, that explains why they were so eager to give it, then, I guess. Why did she come here? What is the reason? Hello. There has to be something we can do here. Alright, we have to come back here once we know information about the scale. There's a check mark there that remains. Alright, I'm gonna save real quick. Because I don't know if this is something that I need to do or not, but let's see. This is like one of the first chapters. This is like literally the first chapter, actually. Alright. Does it remember things if I don't reset? I think it does. It does. It remembers. Oops. Yes, my progress is saved still. No, maybe not. It did tell me to not go out any further yet. Even though I have, like, maxed out everything. So we have to go down at least once and then and come back down. Okay, that was the tutorial. And now it just remembers everything. Where was the seal before? I don't remember. I kind of don't want to reset just because it would take so much time to level up again. And I guess we already know what we're trying to do, but look at my string. It's wrapped around. Like, I hope that isn't something I have to do. Reset my thing. I don't think that is, like, I don't know. Last resort. That's a last resort. Alright, let's ask for the hint. Let's ask for his little hint. I don't know what the game wants right now. I can use a hint, sure. Listen closely. What you need is procure a piece of mermaid flesh that still maintains its ability to grant immortality. Yes. To that end, you'll need to ensure that Sato has the tamate. Yes. But does he already have the tamate bako? With the tamate bako in hand, all that remains, of course, is to encounter a mermaid. How else would you hope to encounter mermaid flesh? Your past memory of a mermaid must be somewhere among them. Why not begin to search there and see what is there to be found? Oh, God. Alright. How are we gonna do this? How do I get further into my past memory? Why is hers red? Why is hers a different color? I guess they're all different colors, actually. Never mind. Where have I met a mer- Well, I guess we met Yumiko. But I don't think that's what- I don't know if that's what we want, right? Where did we meet a mermaid? Other than Yumiko. Like, is there a way to go back somehow to the incident somehow? Scour your memories well. Your past memory of a mermaid must be somewhere among them. Why not begin your search there and see what there is to be found? There's gonna be some weird meta thing. Mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with long life. Mermeta. How do we do this? There's question marks here. Why is there are question marks here? Alright. Save again. Let's actually reset this time and see what happens. We die. I think we died. Oh, we didn't. New record! Yay, alright. Alright, so we basically just need diving and swimming. Everything else is just to make it go faster. Alright, where is everything? Literally nothing? Game is trolling. Balloon, let's get out of here. Alright. We gotta level up ourselves. Got urchins. Go back up. I wonder if this changes anything if we do this. Nothing too good right now. Alright. This one is a bad haul. I don't know how much we've got left. We're like actually figuring out what to do. Plans are just not worth it since it takes 2 hits to get them anyway. Freaking starfish! Eating all of my junk. I think we should have enough to reach... Oh, see, the thing is, the question marks didn't reappear, so I don't think that changed... This reset changed anything. So I'll just reload the file after this, so we have full... No, diving without dying would not be a change. He was already immortal. Yeah, there's no question marks. And here's the symbol. It's already freed, so the resetting didn't do anything. Alright, so let's reload. I mean, we could try reloading it from the actual story version instead of this thing. Let's try that. But then I'll reload if it changes nothing. So far seems like no change. Like we can't undo this. Yeah, it seems okay. I'll just reload. Does not seem like it changed anything. Alright. So what am I missing? There's a lot of okay, these are like endings, I think, where it's blank. What am I missing? Why is this still... I don't understand why this is still... Like, it's not like I have any other options here, so... I guess I could just not use the curse? Can't bring myself to do it. Alright. Then we die. Is that the only thing we're missing?
Vibanum is dead.
I don't think that changed anything. Yeah, that didn't do anything. He remembers our state still though, right? Kiko has been killed, yeah. It is interesting that we don't have any upper branches for anything. But that is because the timeline split. We don't see anything. We only see the stuff that happened in the failed branches. Shadow. Shadow? But we don't see what happened for these two because he didn't really interact with them. Ending 1. Ending 4. You don't have intentions. Why are these so faded? I guess it's just a weird. This is what the effect looks like. What are we missing? I don't get it. Something weird if I click one of their faces. Yeah. Grab my hand. Alright, Mermaid, how do I get you? Give me your flesh. How does that do anything? How does that help us? Mermaid search leads. Alright, fish scale. Alright, no other options would do anything. We've tried all those before. Who got shot? What was the blue text? Important business of our own. Okay, it's the confession stuff. That didn't help us at all. Like, that was all stuff we already knew, so what gives? What is to be done here? Take it! Use it! Eat it! Like, we can't go back any further than what we've already got. As far as I know. Yeah, there's nothing here. What do we do? Is there something we can do? Why does this one have a missing check mark? What? It will likewise remain unchanged. Maybe prudent to ignore this route for now and turn your attention for now. From digest. What? Oh, okay. That didn't help out at all. Alright, yeah, that was something we'd already seen before. He went out to dive today. No, that didn't really help us at all either. What am I missing? I don't know what I'm missing. I might have to just look it up. I don't know what I'm doing. Start from the bay, start from storyteller. Still don't have the option, pretty sure. We're still missing the pieces. Yeah. Give me more than what you've got, storyteller. Because I don't know where to look. Here's a hint. Encounter a mermaid. How else could you hope to encounter mermaid flesh? I mean, the only place I know where we've literally encountered a mermaid is this sanctuary one. But there's nothing here. There's nothing to do here. Is there like mermaid on the floor somewhere? Mermaid body? You turned a lot. Does Yumiko count? She does not count anymore. She's not quite mermaid, not quite human. She's something else now. Alright. There's anything to find here. ISA, are you leaving any mermaid flesh anywhere on the floor? Doesn't look like there's anything else to examine. It said start where we met a mermaid. This is the only one where we actually meet a mermaid. Unless... I mean, we could see where he bumps into Yumiko at some point, right? Where does he bump into them? Is there any point where he bumps into them before? Kikiko conversation, lighthouse, wrap up. Wrap up? There, we can't go 5 years ago is the problem. Where did it... Okay. Is there anything that could possibly be read as where we met a mermaid other than that one that we checked? Before the sanctuary, then? Yumiko's secret. You know what? Actually, I did. Alright. Mermaids. Honestly, I think it's important that we know that she's a mermaid, right? Or that she used to be a mermaid. How could that happen without human consent? Alright. You can move someone's jaw while they were unconscious and get them to bite. It's not impossible. Divided. This is what we need to figure out. How do we access this? Memory of what you heard must be buried in the depths of your subconscious. Where would I find my memory of a mermaid? Delve into your memories, scour them from corner to corner. This is the second time that's come up. How do we do this? It's gotta be in here somewhere, right? If you return to the story chart by using the suspend command, it's the same as quitting and returning to the story chart. Search my memories. Where's my memories? Is there something in the fucking log? You scroll back far enough? That would be wild. It told me you didn't have to load to continue the game, buddy. Still have that message you left me, you know. Wait, you do? But it must have dried up ages ago. The thoughts I wove into it should have faded, too. Surely you can't hear that message anymore. Yep, I can't hear a word. But it doesn't matter. It's an important memento and a part of you as well. That's enough for me to treasure it. Oh, come on. You're gonna make me blush? I was really happy when you shared this with me all that time ago. Well, you know... I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? I can't just show myself in front of anyone, can I? Memories. Is there really no way to hear the message again after it's dried up? Found a way to return it to the environment of the eternal world. It would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. Oh, you can do that? Using the Tamatabako would probably do it. Oh, but... I don't think a normal human would be able to hear the message anymore. Sorry, I guess it's impossible after all. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, but if you were a spirit, you might be able to hear it by retracing the echo it left in your mind. Wait, wouldn't I have to be dead for that? That's a no-go then. Uh-oh. Well, that's a clue. So I guess we're playing as... These memories, could they have belonged to a mermaid? Found a way to return it to the environment of the eternal world. It would be restored to its original state. You might be able to hear it then. Memories. I still have the message you left me. Is the scale the message? Alright, we can't do anything here. From Jetty, from Kikuko, from the beginning. What do we do? What's at the beginning here? I don't remember. No, this is where we just meet up with Kikuko. What do we do? What do we do? I mean, maybe that helps this do something? Alright. Alright, there we go. Put it in the Tamatabaka. Now we can do this. Maybe something that will happen if I put this in the Tamatabaka? Thank you for the animation. Okay, it's in. Nothing happened, darn. Take it back out. Still nothing. Alright, let's try it again. Wait longer. Let's wait a little longer. Nope, still nothing. Seems like nothing has changed. Let's put it back on the shelf where it belonged. Now what? Oh, here it is. Okay. Hello, Mara, can you hear me? I tried to weave my thoughts into the scale to leave you a message. I hope it reaches you. Listen, I came up with a secret signal for when you need to call me. From now on, if you don't use the signal, I won't respond, so be careful. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. That's the rule. Don't forget it. It's a promise just between you and me. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. How do we call her? Sobae. Where would we do this is the question. If we load this again, maybe something will happen. Alright, I don't think that helped. Retracing the echo left in your mind. Okay. So that's how you hear it. But how do we use this knowledge? A secret signal for when you need to call me. From now on, if you don't use the signal, I won't respond, so be careful. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. It says call me. We don't have any names to call, though. There's a phone? Sure, there is a phone. But... what's next? Maybe from here? No, we still don't have the mermaid flesh. How do we get it? How do we get the flesh? It needs to happen before here. If we go to the sanctuary, maybe? Oh, shoot. If the sanctuary is open, or if the door is open, that means we can call Sobae from here, right? Oops. How do we call Sobae, though? Sobae! 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 As though that would work. I mean, this isn't Sobae, this is Hayase, so... Yeah, I don't think this helped. Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How is Monster Hunter? We're trying to figure out the last puzzle for this game. Oh, theoretically, the last puzzle. But I don't know how to do it. It's a metal puzzle, so... Let's read this message again. Put in tomato tobacco. Okay. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. That's the rule, don't forget it. It's a promise just between you and me. How do we take advantage of this? Do we just do it 3 times? Or 4 times? Oh yeah. Oh, also, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted. Hello, Pastels Cast Spells. And hello? Just rhyme again. How's it going? Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's the deal with a secret puzzle the game has for a secret puzzle. It's how to beat the game, but I don't know how to deal with it. I don't think this is how you do anything. So bye, tell us what's going on! If I wait longer, what happens? Do I get a different message? Nothing. You need to call me 4 times, leaving at least 3 seconds between each. Call her where? Where do you call her? It's gonna be something really silly like return to title. Oh, I'm literally digging through this now. GitHub. Oh, Steamworks. Anything here? Is there like a call button that they had here that wasn't used? Click on her. I guess we could try clicking on her. Let's click on her. Alright, let's click on her like 3 times or 4 times. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. That was it. All right. Oh, so you know the signal, do you? That signal is extremely important to me. I won't allow just anyone to use it, least of all on some childish whim. So first I have to be sure. Who are you? It's gotta be Mare, right? Huh? Mare? So you don't know who you are after- oh? Goodbye. Uh-oh. Let's try it again. I'm not Mare. We're not the ones who made friends with Sabai? Do I not have to write- do I have to write Mare Somikawa? Alright. Was that not Mare? Like, we know who we got it from, right? Tomokazuki. No, not that one. It was this one. Mermaid search reason. I guess, okay, wait. That's right, who am I? It wasn't my memories, that's right. I am, oh. Profiles. I'm Suigen Gamyodo. No. No, I'm not Suigen. Names that have come up. Names that have come up. I'm VL. Did I write? I don't remember if I gave them a name to begin with. I don't think I did this time. Let's see. Traditions, history, phenomena, curses. Phenomena, curses. Descendants of Somin Shorai. Could that be it? That could be a name. Somin Shorai. I mean, that's our biggest lead right now. Let's try that, I guess. Ah, I'm too fast. I'm clicking too fast. 1, 2. Okay. No, it's not Shorai either. Who am I? Who am I? Maybe I'm Yuza Minakuchi doing doing some weirdness. Suigen Gamyodo. Where was another scene where we met the storyteller? I feel like there was another one. No comment from there. I don't remember the order that these popped up. Not gonna lie. Alright, the digest had a little conversation with him. Music. Producer. Square Enix. That didn't show any names or anything. Well done in your efforts. You get to save if you continue down this path. You will be okay. Maybe ending 1 has something. Please continue after I came here for that very purpose. Yes, I did. Oh my, perhaps you're still unsure of who you are? No need to worry, I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. So you travel along the story chart and shape what happens. Perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think on it as you move forward. That didn't help at all! Who am I? I've got to be I'm a spirit of that is seeing other people, or that is doing stuff. Tales of Issei. A man. It's a shrine. Maybe Ariwara no Narihara? Let's try that, I guess. Ariwara no Narihara. Let's just try Ariwara. Who am I? We have to be a character who's dead. Right? Where are we talking to her from? Oh. Maybe it's it's Sumitaka. Could be Sumitaka. That's a pretty important name that's come up a few times. Someone who would have known Sabai. No? I need a clue! Who am I? Maybe the Tomokazuki? But that's not a name. Doesn't mention her. Profiles. Where? within his lineage. We don't know this Onmyoji's name. Do we? Is that a name that has actually come up? I know it's been brought up. They've mentioned it before. They mentioned the exact name before. Could it be that? But where? Where is it mentioned? I don't know any more names. What am I to do? History? Anything to do with history here? I feel like we haven't gotten as much information about who we are as we could be. I don't want to just be guessing names, right? Alright, where are the storyteller marks? No. When did they talk to... No, this is just her talking to this dude. I think it has to be here. From Kantekicho, Wakamura residence, Shua Street. Just start from the beginning, let's see what we got here. They just Kantekicho for a while. Swear to God, if it has to do with the birds, I swear. I doubt it'll have to do with the birds, though. Why is there a lighthouse here? We are missing two of them still. What? Who am I? Who are we trying to... Hello, Mara. Can you hear me? I tried to weave my thoughts into the scale to leave you a message. I hope it reaches you. That doesn't really tell me who we're playing as, though. Well, tell me the name of your ancestor. Alright, it came up. Okay, wait, hold on. I know where to go. I know where to go. Theoretically. Descendant and duty. Obtaining the iron box. Nope. Death box. So number 1 is this. Hello? I mean, it didn't click. Why didn't it click? There it is. All right. And 4 is on the other side for some reason. All right, let's open it. Actually, I don't think I needed to do this. I could have just checked the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Right? No. Curse of the Raging Waves? There you go. The Onmyoji. Do they ever say his name? Alright, have a good night, Rhyme. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the raid again. So, why did Taishima sink all this time? Alright, I guess we just go here. Talk about the box. Cookie Clan, Mermaids, Sumitaka, Sanctuary. Yeah, we know this. This is fine. Alright, how it became a Cursed Stone. Come on, let me at it. You need to know. See, it just says a famous Onmyoji. So who was it? Who did it? Doesn't say, does it just not say? It's gotta say somewhere, right? It just says the Onmyoji responsible. We know he's the descendant. We know that what's his name is the descendant of him, though. Okay, the Basu torture the mermaids. They just talked about Ryugu again. What do we do? Alright. How to become immortal? Lifting the seal, seal-tied mirror. Alright. Story chart. We gotta go to where they discuss this is where they discuss it, right? Here just earlier, but they didn't really say anything, right? Alright. Blah blah blah, mysterious box. Mermaid mummy. Was indeed a cursed stone. Alright. Did they ever say the name? Harukage Tsuchimikado. There you go. Harukage Tsuchimikado. Goddamn. That took so far, too much to find. Not really? Maybe you have to enter Tsuchimikado instead. I'm running out of names, game! Alright, who am I? Am I secretly Hayase? Alright, I don't, alright, I'm just gonna look this up. I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking. Paranormasight. So by name, what name do I have to give? Alright. Paranormasight, Mermaid's Curse. Guide, I guess. Alright, how to get true ending. Alright, that has, oh, it has its own guide. Alright, so by... Okay, it really literally was just Yuza. I like, you know, the one name I didn't decided not to try because that felt too wrong, I guess. I even suggested it, right? Like, it's Yuza? But some, you know, it just didn't feel right because we're supposed to be a spirit or something. I guess he's not quite human, so I guess it counts. But then why are we possessing? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Sure, it's Yuza. So you do know. Allow me to welcome you, Yuza Minakuchi, or rather, Yuza Minakuchi's severed consciousness. I am the mermaid called Sabae. You've passed through here 16 times now. I suppose it's not strange that you noticed me. It keeps track. This is the place you humans call Ryugu. Though I hear it's also called things like the Eternal World and the World Beyond. Feel free to call it what you like. Whatever the name, it's one of the many worlds that souls of the departed move on to after life. Well, I suppose that's not entirely accurate. The space we're in now serves more as its boundary than anything else. There's something I always thought to talk to you about, something I had to talk to you about if we ever happened to meet. Though I never thought you'd come seek me out like this in the form you are now. But it seems you have your own reasons for doing so. So you wish to speak to me, yes? So what shall we talk about first? Tell me about my mom. You're asking if Mara and I were friends. I'm only gonna say this once. You might be Mara's son, but I won't stand for you intruding upon our relationship. The relationship Mara and I had can't be described by so simple a word as friends. Rather, we were girlfriends. This isn't the only world that the souls of the dead journey to after life, you know. Their number is immeasurable. There are worlds beyond counting. Mara's soul has gone somewhere far, far away. Even here in Ryugu, I won't be able to see her again, so don't ask me anymore. Leave me to my memories of her. Oops. Sorry. What do you mean by boundary? How to explain? This is a space that connects the two worlds you can travel between. The world the living Yuza Minakuchi inhabits, and the world that you, a severed portion of Yuza Minakuchi's consciousness, actually exists in. As a spirit, you will always pass through this space when traveling to the world of the living. Normally something like this would be unthinkable, if not impossible, but it seems you're something of an exception. I guess it was all him and, after all, even though he thought it wasn't. What happened on the day of disaster? Yes, of course you'd want to know about that. I do owe you an explanation of what happened back then. 5 years ago on the day the calamity struck. Let's get this out of the way first. I was indeed the one who made you an 800-year immortal. But if you've come here looking for a way to regain your humanity, I'm sorry, but that's no longer possible. Even as a mermaid, there's nothing I can do. You, or rather the Yuza Minakuchi of the mortal world, are now bound to live out the remaining 795 years of your life there, neither aging nor dying. Nothing can reverse this now. Now then, let me tell you what happened on that day 5 years ago and about the years leading up to it. Oh, story time? One of the three okay, she's got a long-ass profile. Alright, let's go through it. After becoming unable to return to Ryugu, Sobai had ceased to show herself on the surface, even before members of the Somikawa line. However, upon noticing that 400 years had passed since the sinking of Taishima, she cautiously attempted to contact with the current generation inheritor of the family duty, a woman by the name of Mare Somikawa. In the past, any human she encountered had either treated her as an object of worship or sought her flesh. Perhaps as a result, she immediately sensed something was different about Mare, who treated her in a friendly manner from the moment of their meeting and promised to do all she could to return her to Ryugu. There was no pretense in Mare's bearing, and her attitude when speaking to Sabai was casual and lighthearted. Gradually, Sabai began to open up to her. After some time, they agreed on a secret signal and began meeting surreptitiously, growing closer the more they learned about each other. A strange sense of trust came to blossom between them, one transcending the boundaries of their respective species. Mare had originally resolved to remain single and never start a family of her own in order to devote herself entirely to her duty with Sabai. However, Sabai strongly opposed this, saying that Mare's life would continue even when she was gone, so Mare could not deny herself a possible future without her own family, or with her own family. She had seen how happy one of her former compatriots had been upon finding love, and believed Mare deserved to know such joy as well if she wished to. Mare seemed unbothered at the thought, but said that she would consider it if someone suitable ended up coming along. However, that moment came sooner than expected. Upon moving to Kamishima, she met the love of her life, Tosuke Minakuchi. Sabai was delighted for Mare and offered her heartfelt congratulations upon hearing of their marriage. While she did not understand the joy of having a family herself, she was gratified to see Mare so happy. It was Mare's constant wish to be able to introduce her beloved family to her dearest friend, but it was forbidden to reveal the existence of mermaids to anyone, even her husband and child. Eventually, the two reached a compromise. Sabai said she would meet them when the time came for her to return to Ryugu, reasoning that there would be no harm in revealing herself for such a short space of time. This agreement became a cherished promise between them. Thus did the years continue to pass, Mare's son growing all the while until the day of the Kamishima Southern disaster arrived. In the days leading up to the disaster, a strange rumbling could be heard coming from the sea. Sobaya took this as a sign that a storm caused by this curse of the raging waves was approaching, and she and Mare mistakenly concluded that this meant that the seal on Ryugu's entrance would soon be lifted. Although the timing was earlier than expected, the two were overcome with excitement at the thought that Sobaya could finally fulfill her long-held dream of returning home, and couldn't bring themselves to doubt the signs. They put together a plan. Even if the storm were to come while they were at sea, Mare could use the bronze mirror to suppress it, allowing Sobaya to pass through the entrance to Ryugu alone. Resolved that this was where they would part ways, the two spent the final night together, talking until the sun rose. On the day their plan would be put into action, Mare took Tosuke and Yuza out into the bay on a boat to introduce them to Sobaya as promised. Although pained by having to part with Sobaya, she was buoyed by the thought that she would now be able to devote herself fully to motherhood and to her family that had always devoted her without reservation. Sobaya, meanwhile, was secretly trailing them from the seabed. Disliking the sound of propellers, she was unable to get close to the boat as it was moving. A storm that suddenly broke out around them far exceeded their expectations. Even the bronze mirror was not enough to calm it, and the sea churned and roiled around them as if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath. The small fishing boat carrying the Minakuchi family began to take on water, and it was not long before it started to sink. Sobaya immediately rushed to their aid, reaching them just as they had lifted Yuza with a life buoy and gotten him off the boat. The couple still clung desperately to the sinking boat as it was tossed about by the waves. Upon seeing Sobaya, Tosuke's reaction was surprisingly composed. Whether already resolved to meet his fate or just mellow by nature, his first response after Mare introduced her was to greet her cheerfully, thanking her for keeping Mare company and expressing surprise that Mare's faraway friend had turned out not to be human. Sobaya, however, had no time for pleasantries. Consumed only by the thought of getting them all to safety, she tried to carry them all from the boat, but even a single person proved to be too much for her. Naturally, she also lacked the strength needed to tow the boat out of danger. Even her nature as a mermaid wasn't enough to allow her to save someone precious to her when it mattered most. Filled with distress at her own powerlessness, Sobaya was overcome by a sense of despair. Frantic, she tried to take only Mare with her in a bid to escape the sinking boat, but Mare rebuffed her attempt. She had no intention of being the only one saved. Instead, she and Tosuke pleaded for Sobaya to help Yuza, saying that his survival meant more to them than anything else. Sobaya could not understand. She refused to. She had prepared herself to bid farewell to Mare, but parting like this was too painful for her to bear. Mare, for her part, continued apologizing to Sobaya despite the looming threat of her own death. Concerned for her friend's safety and feeling deep regret at being unable to see Sobaya back home, it was more than Sobaya could stand. At that moment, Sobaya's innermost feelings came into sharp relief. Part of her, deep down, resented Yuza and Tosuke with all her being. She was happy as long as she had Mare, but Mare had her family to love as well, and yet it was Sobaya herself who had wished for Mare to find happiness by starting a family of her own. Overwhelmed by unfamiliar emotions of conflict and self-loathing, she found herself unable to think clearly. Smiling as she clung to the sinking boat, half submerged in seawater, Mare thanked Soba for her friendship and told them that the days they had spent together had been some of her happiest. Soba was devastated. Every part of her rejected the entire situation. She did not want to hear Mare bid farewell to her like this. She didn't want to part with Mare at all. She wanted to grab hold of her friend and carry her away to safety, by force if necessary. Even returning home to Ryugu no longer mattered to her as much as this. But she couldn't ignore Mare's plea to save her son. Wrenching herself away from the sinking boat, Sabaya headed to rescue Yuza, all the while resenting the boy for the tremendous love that Mare bore him. When she found Yuza, he had been caught up in a whirlpool and was barely clinging to life. Sabaya caught herself feeling almost satisfied at the sight, thinking that it served him right. If it hadn't been for Yuza, she could have saved Mare, but Mare's plea for her to save Yuza, that her only wish was for him to survive, echoed in Sabaya's mind. The next moment, she dragged the dying Yuza out of the whirlpool and pulled a piece of her own tail, forcibly fed it to him. Whether the emotions driving her at this point were a desire to fulfill Mare's wish or hatred toward Yuza, even Sabaya herself couldn't say. After carrying Yuza out of the reach of the storm, Sabaya immediately went to rescue Mare. She finally found her after 3 long days of searching, but her efforts had been in vain. Mare's body was already cold. Once someone had died, it was beyond even a mermaid's power to bring them back. Sabaya clung to Mare's body and wept. Never again would she hear Mare's voice calling her name. She laid Mare's body to rest on the seabed and, hiding herself beside it, spent her days mourning, lost in the depths of despair. Several years later, the entrance to Ryugu was unsealed, and Sabaya, now with no remaining attachment to the mortal world, made to return home by herself. Before doing so, she met with Mare's sister, thinking to reclaim the mermaid's relic from her. However, put off by the woman's blatant avarice, she found herself unable to muster any interest in her, and ultimately returned without reclaiming the relic, despite knowing full well what the misfortune it could bring. Looking back now, what I did to you was wrong. It was an extreme situation, yes, but I must have been mad to even consider it. Every time I remember, I wonder what on earth I was thinking. How could I have done something so cruel to the son Mare loved so much, even though nothing that happened was your fault? I don't expect you to forgive me, but let me at least say this. I'm sorry. I would do anything within my power to ease your burden. There is something you can do! What? You want a piece of my flesh? But why? I suppose it's not impossible. You can bring it back to the mortal world using the relic I left there. Normally this would be forbidden, but I suppose it was the cause of all this. Maybe it counts as an attempt at making amends, if nothing else. There. It's done. I'll send it to the other side. You'll be able to take it from the box there. Alright. The current holder of the box may claim it as their own from the evening of August 7th. Seems you've done everything you came to. This is where we part ways. Know that I won't respond anymore, even if you call to me with that signal. Having a means of calling me was prohibited in the first place. Live and be happy, Yuza, for Mare's sake, for all the years you never got to see. Be sure to tell him that when you return to him in the mortal world. Alright. August 7th is a heck of a day. Alright. So, evening of August 7th. This is it, right? Yes, it's still August 7th. Alright. Actually, she's gonna be okay. Huh? Sorry, I've been keeping this a secret, but finally. I wonder why this is still. I guess it's because you can change fate a little bit. Let's bring her back to life real quick. Alright. I don't think I have to go through the whole conversation, right? I mean, I guess I have to at least get past the part where she tries to use it. And I think that should be enough. This should take us to the end. Yeah, alright. So she's alive now. Alright, let's do the eternal conclusion. We gotta finish the game tonight. There's not enough for anything else. All your efforts have been truly remarkable. The fact that you are seeing this means all of Yuza Minakuchi's wishes has been fulfilled. You have overcome countless hardships and resolved every dilemma. Congratulations. Now then, as you may be confused as to what actually has transpired, please allow me to explain. Yuza Minakuchi's true objective was to obtain the flesh of a mermaid. This was to fulfill his oath of making Sato Shiranami immortal again before her imminent demise, that they might live 800 more years together. However, who could have expected multiple curses to strike Kamishima at the very same time? Yes, I'm referring to the curse of the raging waves, born 4 centuries ago, and the curse of Tomoshige, which had built up over 800 years. While such calamities would appear to offer naught but misfortune, as luck would have it, these curses were blessings in disguise. They led Yuza Minakuchi down a path that would otherwise not have been possible. One could very well call it a miracle. The key to all this was, of course, your efforts. Now I shall describe each pivotal event of this story in its order of occurrence. On one fated day, August 7, Yuza Minakuchi went diving and searched Kamishima for leads to find mermaids. However, that night Kippei Ikuma sent Kikuko Tsutsui as an assassin to cause the tragedy of Kamishima, thereby allowing him to capture Sato. This shifted Yuza Minakuchi's priorities away from his search for mermaid flesh, as he is tragically killed and his mission ends in failure. It would seem that fulfilling his wishes was never in the cards, and he instead met with a terrible fate. However, the consciousness lingering within his mind... Oh, that's why! That's how it's him! Because his head was cut off, and the head disappeared, and that means his consciousness went to... was somehow able to travel, I guess? The consciousness lingering within his severed head witnessed something inexplicable. That's why they had that entire conversation later. It was the sight of his 800-year immortal body regenerating a new head. With that, a new mind, complete with all memories intact, formed inside the regenerated head of the resurrected Yuza Minakuchi. The severed head then disappeared, yet the consciousness that had remained within it did not return to his body. Rather, it became a spirit that crossed over to the afterlife, what some might call the eternal world. Thus, was another consciousness separate from Yuza Minakuchi's primary body formed, and that separated consciousness was you. You once asked, who am I? But may I assume the answer has now become clear? Well, I had to answer it, unfortunately. This separate consciousness of Yuza Minakuchi remained in the eternal world despite the firm resolve it held, growing ever more anguished over its failure without knowing what had occurred afterward. It dearly desired to find a way to return to its past self and explain the situation before this failure could take place. So it found its way to the boundary between the mortal world and the world beyond, the Tomokazuki. Or that's what the Tomokazuki was. That is to say, it found its way here to Ryugu. This is the place you laid eyes upon at the very beginning. This is where your duty began. The fact that this place just so happened to be where the mermaids reside turned out to be a stroke of luck. But because you would lose all memory of this fact once you passed through the gate into the mortal world, I stepped in to humbly guide you along your path. Who are you, sir? Then as a spirit you encountered Yuza Minakuchi during his dive to the bottom of the sea. Because you resembled a phenomenon known as the Tomokazuki, you were referred to as such. Needless to say, you were not a Tomokazuki. Yet that is how you possessed Yuza Minakuchi and shared your fragmented memories with him. Even so, it was not enough. In your spirit form, you had the ability to use the story chart and travel across space and time to possess other individuals. You entered the minds and memories of various people, jumping between each in turn as you earnestly sought to realize your goals. And that is how things progressed behind the scenes during this story. You have fulfilled your role and will now return to the world from whence you came. After you viewed the events that became of everyone following these events, this Paranormasight will finally draw to a close. Thank you so much for your diligent attention. Alright, last scene. There it is. August 31st. Oh, so you've decided to accept your inheritance, but you're going to university first? Uh-huh. The wheels are in motion for me to take over the family business after studying real hard at university. Your whole life must be undergoing some major changes. Are you managing okay? You don't have too much on your plate? Actually, about that. Got this. It turns out my ma used to be a certified public accountant? I had no idea. Anyway, the plan's for ma to manage all the assets while I'm studying my butt off.
She was apparently waiting like a hawk for the moment to swoop in and make sure you got everything coming to you.
No,
I don't know if I should call her cunning, but Tsukasa's mother sure knows how to get things done.
that's wild. Oh, that reminds me. There was something I wanted to ask you, Asami.
Huh?
You mentioned wanting to ask Tsukasa out the other day. So how'd that go?
Well, Sato, you're seriously just gonna ask that right in front of everybody? Jeez. I mean, I guess it's fine since I already asked her, but that could ruin everything.
Wait, you did?
When did this all go down?
Couldn't help myself. I've been dying to know. I had to ask, even if it messed up your mojo.
You sure are something else, Sato. Anyway, if you need answers that bad, you should ask Tsukasa.
So, what'd you say, Tsukasa? Face. How did he ask? Where was it? Tell us already. You're way too invested, Miss Encyclopedia. You know how things are with me right now. The truth is, I haven't given him an answer yet. Oh, but at least it's not an outright rejection.
How long are you gonna make him wait?
I gotta do some soul searching to figure out how I feel, and I need everything to settle down, so around 4 or 5 years?
That long? You're gonna keep leading the poor guy along all that time? Right? And to top things off, she asked me for my help in the meantime.
Your help? Yep. I want to take over for old man Makamura and make Kamishima the best place it can be. I want it to be way more convenient and bustling than it is now. An island that tourists flock to, you know? That means I'll need to start a business to manage all that. As you can see, I've got loads of stuff to do. That's why I need you to give it your all as the leader of Kamishima, Azami.
I guess I want all that stuff for Kamishima too.
That all sounds great. Azami will definitely be a big help. My plan is to have Azami rise up the ranks and help me out with a whole bunch of stuff. Once he becomes a big shot like the mirror or something, then maybe we can start going out.
What? That'll take way too long. I'll be an old geezer by then. See what I mean? This is what I have to deal with. Seems like that cunningness runs in the family.
Well, you've got something to strive for now. Good luck with it. Picture a bellyache and Azami. Her doing this for Sato and Yuza too, you know?
Yeah, I know. We talked it all over before.
Huh? What do you mean you're doing it for us?
Let's just say we were surprised when we heard about you guys the other night. About how you became an immortal yourself 5 years ago, yeah? By that stage, you'd secretly gotten your hands on some mermaid flesh for Sato?
And now Sato's become an immortal for the second time. Add the fact that you guys have decided to stay together for the next 800 years. It was a lot to swallow at once.
Sorry for dropping such a big bombshell on you guys. Also, to be precise, we're going to be together for the next 795 years. What's 5 years when you got centuries? 5 years is a long time.
Yeah, he's right. And we're gonna discuss the idea of going for another 800 years when we get close to the end.
How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna find more mermaids?
Okay, whatever. That's up to you guys. Do whatever you want.
Don't forget that you owe us for keeping such a big secret from us this whole time. Got it?
For real? See, I told you we should have gotten their advice from the start.
Yeah, you have been saying that from the get-go.
I know you said you'd live on the down low in Kamishima, because it'd be a whole other thing if people found out about you two, but people will eventually start getting suspicious, even if you try to lead normal lives. What are you gonna do then?
Well, we kinda assumed it would all work out somehow.
It's true, we haven't really thought about that at all. We figured as much. That's why we're gonna protect the two of you. Huh?
We'll make some rules on the island so no one will get suspicious of you, no matter how long you choose to live.
I mean, it's gonna take some time to put our plan into action, but I'm sure we'll be calling the shots around here by the time people start thinking there's something fishy going on with you guys. I was thinking we could build a shrine for you two to live up in the mountains. Oh, shrine. That sounds incredible. You can say the gods are enshrined there so people shouldn't go near it without permission.
And I'll make sure the descendants of the Kumoi family are protectors of that shrine all the way down the family line so they'll always protect you. So Mikama family managed to pass down their legend for 400 years, so I bet my family could handle a shrine for 800 years or so. That's so thoughtful, but I kind of feel bad for making you guys worry so much, not to mention several generations of your family. It's totally fine, don't mention it. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you and Sato together like this. I know you went through a lot to get to this point, Yusa. Really happy for you.
Asami.
I'm seriously so happy for you. Like, seriously overjoyed.
You hurt the man. That's why we won't let anyone get in the way of all this happiness. Asami, Tsukasa, thank you both so much. I'm gonna make you work for that protection. Oh, Tsukasa, the fact that you'd think of all these plans just for us means the world to me.
Well, there was one other reason. Yuzu's never been the type to look before he leaps, so we have to be around to make sure he doesn't get in any more trouble.
Ah, good point.
Hey, that's not true. You're the one who always got me to messes, Asami.
Nope, you're both wrong. You have any idea how much apologizing I've had to do for you guys over the years? Oh, but you're gonna make it up to me now. I'll work you both to the bone. You two, Sato, we're gonna put Kamishima on the map. You got it. Just tell me what to do. Let's all keep getting each other into and out of trouble from here on out. I wonder if you can get an alternate ending by having... There's a legend in Kamishima. By having Avi keep the box. It is a story passed down through the generations about two gods in the guise of a young man and a young woman. They would often leave their shrine, disguised as ordinary humans, and happily stroll through the town. On occasion, they would sneak off the island and travel around the country before returning home. The people of the island would stop and give a small bow whenever they came across the couple, and silently watch as they went on their way. No one knew from whence the pair had come. Their history was shrouded in mystery. But it is said that this mischievous, playful, and intimately harmonious couple would always look upon one another with pure joy. There was apparently only one inviolable rule concerning the pair. One must never sneak up and startle them from behind. Cute. Several decades after those events, the country has seen 2 new emperors reign, and people with any detailed knowledge of those fateful days have grown few and far between. Now the Kantekisho ruins of Kamishima have become a sacred place for lovers, with couples flocking to it to strengthen their bonds. One must never point out how short he is compared to her. On this day, the young visitors who happened to come see the sights spotted a young man and a young woman together on the roof of the Kantekisho ruins, gazing happily out to sea, still wearing the same clothes. Oh? Alright. So that was Paranormasight. I'm kind of sad that I had to look up the answer for the thing. Like, it was certainly a name that I could have guessed. But I don't know. I was at the point where, like, it felt like there were too many names that could have been answers. Yeah. Otherwise, pretty good. We ended up having to go a little bit long because of that huge search. There was, like, so much to try, like, text to try to get to. That is quite a name. But yeah. I'm honestly not sure what we're gonna do yet on Saturday. I don't know. I've kind of been interested in checking out Pokopia. So it might just be that. Or it could be something like Elden Ring where I finally get the DLC, maybe? I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe it'll be Resident Evil Requiem. There's too many options. Why are there so many options for stuff to do? There's not enough time, you know? Also, Pragmata is coming out soon. Like, next month? Or something like that? We'll see. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll have a surprise, charge on my bank account when I buy a new game. But yeah, that's the plan. I don't know. Guess we'll just wait for the credits. I don't expect these credits to be particularly long. This is not the biggest game ever. And, like, it seems like a small project kind of game, you know, right? Obviously, there's, like, marketing people, I guess. Yeah. I wonder what they'll do for the next Paranormasight. Maybe they'll go to, like, Hokkaido or something. I'm glad it was kind of like a happy ending for basically everyone. We didn't really find out whatever happened to Yumiko and them, I guess they just left. But I guess this means that what's his name? Yuza didn't accept the job from Yumiko to work at the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. I wonder if they got visited by those fellas after it all went down, because they most of the people knew about their, maybe the last couple endings cover the extras, probably not. I don't think we're not gonna dig through that. If there is new stuff, it'll just have to be something I see somewhere else. Yeah, I really enjoy this series. I like the art so much. Also, the writing has been pretty good consistently, right? Lots of nice characterization. This one had like an outright villain. I don't remember if the first game had an outright villain. Like, obviously there was shit going down, but and then, like, you know, there's a bunch of people with like different some of their excursion to the mainland was probably working for the man. I'm a little sad we didn't get any cameos from previous characters. Like, we got mentions of them, like about Mio and them, but we didn't really get to see anybody. Maybe in a game that takes place further in the future, we'll see how things have been going for everybody. If this series continues. Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. Later games tie them all together. The Avengers of Paranormasight. Everyone gathers together. And we saw these pictures were from the first time we saw the summer memories ending, or scene, if you recall. Alright, it didn't add any new scenes or anything, so I guess this is where we end. We did end up going very late, so we're gonna rush through this outro real quick. Thank you all so much for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you again, General Ars and Rhyme and Treason, for the raids. Thank you for sharing your communities with me. We're gonna go find someone else to raid ourselves over here on Twitch, so those of you on YouTube, this is the end of stream. Hope to see you again on Saturday, where I'm still figuring out what we're gonna play. Also, did YouTube Studio break? How long has that been? How long has that happened? I'm just stuck with this expression now forever. Alright. Yo, welcome back. Alright. Anyway. So yeah, we're gonna end stream. We're gonna go find somebody to raid. And yeah, that's gonna be it from me. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Hope to see you on Saturday. Also, Splat's claiming the throne because Mario isn't around to protect it. Have a good night, everyone! Later, bye! And now it is incredibly safe to